I wonder what's going on. I'm pressing the wrong button. Good evening, everyone. The work session for the Board of Trustees for the Spring Independent School District is officially called to order on Tuesday, December 3rd, and the time is now 6 o'clock p.m. Trustees present are Trustee Adams, Trustee Durant, Trustee Jensen, and Trustee McDaniel. I'd like to ask everyone to please turn off or silence your cell phones or any electronic devices. At this time, our Board Equity Committee lead, Natasha McDaniel, will begin the meeting by reading the Spring ISD Equity Statement.
Thank you, President Durant. Spring Independent School District strongly believes in educational and racial equity as fundamental aspects of its core mission and purpose, embodied through any program, practice, decision, or action that affects all students, with a strategic focus on those choices and policies that most strongly impact marginalized students. We believe all students, regardless of their ability, cognitive, physical, or social emotional, ethnicity, language, race, religion, gender identity, and status, should have equitable access to opportunities, resources, support systems, and educational rigor in order to maximize their academic success and social emotional well-being. We believe every Spring Independent School District student is valuable and possesses individual strengths and characteristics that make our district a great place to learn and grow. Moreover, we seek to act on that belief, instituting policies and practices that value diversity, committing ourselves as a district to continued growth and development, and working to support the success of every student in all that we do.
Thank you, Trustee McDaniel. Our next item is our superintendent remarks. So at this time, I would like to recognize our superintendent of schools, Dr. Lapita Hinojosa.
Thank you, President Durant. And I feel like saying Happy New Year, right? Like we got a week off and got some rest. So we have 3 more weeks. And so just excited that we were able to close down for a little while and give not only our students but our faculty and staff a break. Tonight's meeting is really jam-packed, and just really happy with what we have as far as presentations from our staff. We will be getting an update on our special education program. And I see that we have a lot of our staff here, so I thank them for being here. Of course, our Executive Director of Special Services will be leading that presentation. We also have what everyone has been waiting for, is that calendar selection. You know, we had that voting going on. We had a lot of participation, and we'll be having an update on which option was chosen for our 25-26 school year. I also want to remind everyone, December is a very short month, but we also have a lot of things happening in our district. Today we had another food distribution. This is in partnership. I see Ms. Carol in the back, our Executive Director of Family and Community Engagement. This is an ongoing partnership with the Houston Food Bank. And today is Tuesday, Giving Tuesday. And so we had the opportunity to participate and support our families here in the district by allowing them the opportunity to shop for what they want. It's not a package deal. They get to select what they need. And so we're very excited about that. We also today started 2 weeks worth of testing. I see some of our high school principals here, and it is the time of year that we do retesting. So our high schools are going through our end of course exams. Our elementary, middle, and high school will also be doing their middle of the year MAP and M-Class testing. So there's a lot of testing going on in our schools right before the holidays. We'll finish it off with Winter Wonderland. Winter Wonderland this year will be on December 13th, and I know all the plans are on the way for our kids. And then last but not least, I heard, who was it, Miss Durant? Somebody talking about Ugly Christmas Sweater Day, giving Dr. Guillory a hard time. But get ready, December 17th is our annual competition for that Ugly Sweater Day. And I think Dr. Guillory was trying to get a head start, is what I heard up here. But remember, everyone, we want you to participate, and, there's some of our principals that are here because they'll be involved in the presentations later today, but we, have fun on social media by posting on Twitter, X, and Instagram, TikTok, as well as Facebook. So we want the excitement to really permeate not only our district but our community. So Ms. Durant, yes, we have lots of testing going on these weeks in our schools, but we will also sprinkle in some fun and some joy right before we end up this school year. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, Dr. Guillory said that is not her ugly Christmas sweater, as a matter of fact.
All right, Dr.
That's
Guillory.
not what we said. I was teasing about her trying to slip in some red instead of pink and green.
Oh, red. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. But it's so good to have everybody back, right?
Yes,
it's
it
so
is.
good, for us to come back together. We were gone, but we're back together again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. Our next item is agenda participation. This is an item that allows members of the public an opportunity to speak on agenda items before they're considered by the board. Mr. Strubart, do we have anyone registered to speak under agenda participation?
Madam President, there is no one signed up for tonight's participation.
Thank you. Tonight, without any objections from my colleagues, we will be moving item number 5 on the agenda, which is the swearing-in ceremony and the election of officers, to Tuesday night when we have a full board of participation. So we're going to move that to Tuesday. Are there any objections? Thank you. All right, so then our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Academics and School Leadership, Dr. Craig Quare.
Thank you so much, Board President. Esteemed members of the board and superintendent, we're really excited to be able to provide the school board and the public a presentation on the update of our Special Services Department and all of the great work that we are doing for all of our students here in Spring ISD. So I would like to go ahead and make introductions and call the team up to the table. If we can please have our Executive Director of Special Services, Dr. Ayana Lebron, to please make her way front and center. Also, our Director of Special Services, Dr. Rakina Miller. We can clap. And also, both of our Special Services teammates are joined by 3 of our dynamic leaders. If we can first call up our elementary representative, Miss Cecily Parker from Jenkins Elementary School. Representing middle schools from the middle school feeder, if we can have the wonderful Dr. Tren Russell please make her way up. And representing high schools from the high school feeder, the incredible Mr. Al Reynolds, if he can please make his way up.
Got some heavy hitters up here today.
It's a good team, President Durant. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. LeBron to get us started.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and superintendent. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about special education and 504. With an emphasis on excellence and
I'm
equitable
sorry to interrupt. Can you push your mic? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Do I need to start over? Okay. With an emphasis on excellent and equitable outcomes for all students, the Special Education Department aligns its work with that of the district. The primary focus of what drives our work is student outcomes and equity. We embed our practices with the theory of action as we support the curriculum to ensure student access, incorporate progress measures to ensure individualized programming meets the needs of students with exceptionalities, and differentiate professional development to support staff and students across the district. We work alongside campus leadership to support supervision of implementation and alongside school leadership as we monitor and support school improvement. All practices are aligned to our North Star goal, increasing the percentage of students attending A and B schools by 2027. The way we operate is centered around our leadership definition, the vision, mission, guiding principles, and our core values. Knowing that all of these elements are critical to our district winning as a team. We focus our work on students with the understanding that the Special Services Department does not operate in isolation, but requires a team to support the ongoing success of students with exceptionalities. Collaboration and effective communication is essential. Each year, we begin with a quote. Our quote for this year is by Helen Keller. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. Similarly, we are currently participating in a book study, Unstoppable Teams, where we are reminded that no one person can do it all. When working with special populations, departments, and campuses cannot work in isolation, our work should complement and align to ensure positive progress toward greater student outcomes. Both special education and 504 involve collaboration between teachers, parents, and administration to create personalized learning plans that, when designed appropriately and implemented with fidelity, offset the impact of the disability. Using local and state data from 2023-2024, we are able to see enrollment data in Spring ISD as compared to that of the state. Spring ISD had a total enrollment of just under 34,000 students who received Spring ISD had a total enrollment of just under 34,000 students. Students who received Section 504 services made up 3.2% of the student population, which is just under half of the percent of students who received Section 504 in the state. Special education made up just under 12% of the student body, which is approximately 2 percentage points below the state's percentage of students eligible for special education. A longitudinal review of students who receive Section 504 services in Spring ISD shows that over time the population is decreasing. We anticipate this decrease to continue as we move toward the end of this school year, when all students who receive direct dyslexia pull-out services are evaluated or given the opportunity to be evaluated for special education to continue to receive those services. By the end of the school year, all students who continue to require direct dyslexia services will be evaluated or recommended for evaluation for special education. If the student qualifies as a student with specific learning disability in the areas of reading under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, that student will receive special education services for dyslexia, as all dyslexia services will fall under special education. This leads us to a review of the students in Spring ISD who receive special education services over the past couple of years. The data from 22-23 and 23-24 school years reveal that the population of students eligible for special education has continued to increase. This increase shows that we are currently serving just over 12% of the student population in Spring ISD with specially designed instruction to meet their individual needs. And we anticipate this percentage to continue to rise as we continue through this school year. When we break down the data to see the student's primary disability, we can see that the largest population of students receiving special education meet eligibility with a primary disability of autism, followed by students with specific learning disabilities and speech impairments. One important piece of information to note is that at the beginning of this school year, the category of emotional disturbance has changed to emotional disabilities. Students are served through a continuum of services which offers an array of supports and services to ensure each student is receiving instruction in his or her least restrictive environment. Our service continuum is fluid and allows for students to receive necessary supports based on their individual needs. Students may require academic, functional, and/or behavioral services inside the general education classroom, levels of monitoring, or direct services outside of the general education classroom. Earlier this year, we heard from principals about the use of the STEP binder. This binder, also known as the Student Targeted Educational Profile, is a tool that supports the organization of required student information, such as the student's IEP or 504 plan. Teachers should also include local and state testing information, work samples, and evidence of the provision of accommodations. The binder is used as a tool that maintains information of what supports and services are required to be implemented to ensure students are able to access the general curriculum. Additionally, it maintains information of how the student is progressing through the curriculum and learning standards, as well as providing a way for teachers to identify the effectiveness of accommodations and supplemental aids that are outlined in the student's IEP or 504 plan. All students grades 3 through 8 and those taking specific high school courses are required to participate in the Texas State Assessment of Academic Readiness. All emergent bilingual students are also required to participate in the Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System. For students receiving special education, the ARD committee discusses the student's participation in state testing and identifies the accommodations that are routinely and effectively used inside of the classroom that should be included on the assessment. Students receiving Section 504 services are also able to receive accommodations, and those are determined by the 504 committee. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, as amended by Every Student Succeeds Act, prohibits states from assessing more than 1% of their student population with an alternative assessment aligned with alternate academic achievement standards without a waiver. Last year, the Texas Education Agency adjusted the participation requirements to ensure only students with the most significant cognitive disabilities are eligible to participate in the alternative assessment. With the revamping of the requirements, we had 106 students who were identified as no longer meeting participation requirements for the alternate assessment. Once the ARD committee determined the necessary change in the student's type of assessment, the students were introduced to the rigor of the grade level standards. The students took the general assessment for the first time. This is an important piece of information to have as we look at the performance of students who took STAR in the STAR EOC. The data on this slide shows the percentage of students who met a passing standard, approaches, meets, or mastered on STAR during the 22-23 school year in comparison to those students' performance in the 23-24 school year. The gold bar shows the performance of all students, while the dark blue bar represents the performance of students who receive 504 services, and the green bar shows performance of students who are eligible for special education. We have further broken down the data for students receiving 504 services to show the raw data that contributed to the percentages found on the prior slide. We can see that similar to the drop in performance of the all-student category, there is a decrease in the percentage of students meeting a passing standard on STAR in the 2023 school year compared to those taking STAR in 2024. Continuing with the data for students eligible for special education, we see a similar drop in percentage points from the 2023 assessment to the 2024 assessment. Now we want to review the percentage of students who met a passing standard on the STAR EOC from 2022-2023 school year compared to 2023-2024. From the visual, it is important to note the alignment of performance looking at the two-year trend. The 504 and special education data follow the trend of the total student population. When we look at student performance for those students who receive Section 504 services through the raw data, we can see the number of students who participated in the EOC assessment, the number of students who met a passing standard, and the corresponding percentages. Here we note the drop in performance in all areas except U.S. history. This replicates what we saw earlier with the total student population. We see similar performance gaps when looking at students who receive special education. We acknowledge the drop in performance and prior to the start of the school year took immediate action. We identified contributing factors to the decline in student performance, staff shortages and newer staff who are in the learning phase of their career, an increased number of students participating in STAR who did not have the years of exposure to the general curriculum, new expectations for writing, and the system for scoring student responses, as well as oversight of the routine use of accommodations in the classroom. Upon review of student performance, we created a plan for immediate response. The plan began prior to the start of the school year, where we held our first training session with campus leaders. In addition to explaining the role of the various staff who support special services, we also walked campus administrators through identifying how their campus data contributed to the overall district performance and to develop campus goals specific to the increased performance of students who receive special services. We currently engage with principals in monthly meetings, both by feeder and individually. We also work alongside the campus to support and monitor the implementation of accommodations.
Dr. LeBron, before you continue, I know this is going to be a good break right here. I know we've gone really fast through a lot of data, and I know that we've got notes, so I wanted to just kind of pause for just a minute since there was a lot of data that we just reviewed.
Okay.
Just pause for a minute and we can take questions now before we move on to the next section of the presentation.
Okay,
Okay? Thank you.
thank you.
We'll give the
Any-
board just a
Okay.
moment to look through.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. LeBron, thank
Yes,
you
sir.
for being here. I guess it's the slide with the student demographics and population trends. There's no
Yes.
number on my page. Do we think we are still under identifying
Or Section 504 or special education?
both?
So I think that, oh, yes, thank you. Are we looking
Keep going. Is it number,
at this?
that one?
This one?
Yes.
Yes, I will say that our percentage of special education continues to rise, and there have been some ebbs and flows where we have gotten up to the high 12%, but we are still below what the state's percentage is. Definitely with 504 services, I do believe that we are under-identifying.
So, first it was, there was I guess the state was under-identifying for some years.
Yes.
And we got our hands, as a
Slapped.
state, slapped by the federal government. I'm wondering, what is the input that is missing that we need to help us identify all of the students that need services? 'Cause that's a pretty big gap. What is it that other districts in the state are doing to help them better identify their 504 kids and their special ed kids so that we can adopt whatever it is that they're doing as an input to get a better outcome than we have?
That is a good question. You want to say something?
Specific to the areas of Section 504, what we've begun here in spring is looking at our medical identification. What we see is the trend in the state is that the under-identification is often associated with the schools not necessarily paying attention to when parents are enrolling their students, and they're indicating on those medical enrollment forms that there could be some type of condition. And what we are starting to do for our Section 504 is to work with the counselors and the nurses to look to see have parents at the time of enrollment provided information regarding a private medical condition. That we've seen that to also be an area where we can increase our look for child find. The other area specific to special education, as you stated earlier, there was a state gap. For years, if you went over 12%, you were penalized. And then the federal government came in and said that that was discriminatory, and we know we had the big thing in the Houston Chronicle about all of that. So as that has been increasing over the past 3 years, our numbers for initial referrals have significantly increased to the degree that we had over 1,000 students referred just last year. So, us putting out more information publicly on our websites regarding the child find processes, educating, and we're doing joint trainings now with the general education teams for the student support specialists, to make them aware of what it looks like, because child find is everyone's responsibility. We also have a mandatory training that we do for all staff at the beginning of the school year, where they go through the child find evaluation process, what that looks like, and how to identify if there's a student with a suspected disability. So we acknowledge that there could be some identification and also some over-identification in certain areas. And so we're addressing that first through that primary training, and then aligning with the state trends as to how they have released us without that penalty, to be able to make sure we're supporting students.
Thank you.
And with that mandatory training, who's all included in that?
That is everyone,
every-
and that's through our Safe Schools platform,
Everyone.
the vector
Yes.
training.
Okay. Para, teachers, everyone.
Yes.
Teachers, administrators, yes,
Custodial staff.
custodial staff, yes, bus drivers, transportation.
Can we go to the next slide? Thank you for presenting all of the data. It is a lot, but I appreciate being able to dig into it. You mentioned, Dr. LeBron, that you anticipate the 504 numbers will go down when students with dyslexia are tested for special education. When do we do our screeners for dyslexia? Or do we do it?
We do. We do it at the beginning of the year, in January.
Which grade level does it start in?
Kindergarten through first grade. We
Mr.
have a-
Bailey, if you'll stand up, come on up here, and
Bailey.
Mr. Bailey is our coordinator for dyslexia. And it
504.
just recently moved into the special education, special services department. So, thank you.
Kindergarten is tested at the end of the school year or screened at the end of the school year. First grade is screened by January 31st each school year.
And then, are the teachers doing it, or dyslexia specialists?
Teachers are doing that.
Screeners.
Okay,
And then for those students who scored a certain level, then they're meeting on the campuses with the campus team to see if we need to move further with special education testing.
okay.
And it also allows us to identify any other disabilities that may be caught during that screening.
Okay. And how are teachers trained to implement the screening?
Depending upon the screener that we use, they're trained in that implementation.
It's like a computer thing?
It could be. We use M-Class, so that is more interactive with the teacher, not a computer.
Oh, so M-Class has a dyslexia screener?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay, I'm still processing, but thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Parker, you want to speak to the screener?
Yes, so we screen them at the end, like Doctor, is it Mr. Bailey, like Mr. Bailey said, we screen them at the end of kindergarten, and then at the middle of the year, we also screen them, and it has to be screened by a certified teacher.
Okay.
And so a certified teacher screens them through M-Class, and we utilize M-Class, and then it'll notify us who we need to take to the next level of the screening process. And so once the program identify, okay, this child has been screened for dyslexia, then we'll go ahead and contact the SSS. The SSS get the report, and then that's when we begin the process of contacting either whether they're gonna go through special education department or whether they'll go through, 504.
Okay. So if you have a campus that has a lot of DOI teachers, then the certified teachers are gonna have to take a larger load,
So
basically.
we're partnering with, most of our SSSs are certified in elementary. And so as well as they can do the screening as well. So we'll partner with someone on the campus or either our instructional specialist or our SSS or a teacher on that team that can screen them.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a general observation, Dr. Hinojosa. This is a comprehensive overview. And as I was going through my binder, I sort of struggled. I see outcomes and I see some outputs. I struggled to see what the inputs are. As we talk about continuous improvement, I've been on the board now 8 years, and this has always been a tough spot for us. And I still don't feel like I have my arms wrapped around what it is that we're doing to get the outcomes that we have. And I know we do campus improvement plans, and we do this review every year, and every year we come back and 28% of the special ed kids can't meet the standard. And so I guess as part of a review, I'm wondering about what our inputs are. Like, and I understand that, like, you identified one of the inputs is not having enough certified teachers. Definite problem on the input side. I'm wondering, I don't know if it's a curriculum issue, if it's a training issue, which seems like we're trying to address, but we are not continuously improving on this particular issue. And I've seen continuous improvement on other issues. So I guess when I look at a comprehensive report, the outcomes that we're getting are one thing. I'm curious about what the inputs are.
And that's a good question, and I know we have our curriculum that we are now using district-wide. When you said that, I realized we're talking about the professional development of the teachers, but we don't have that component that would go over the curriculum. That's one piece that we can certainly bring back. I am just drawing a blank. Tell me the name of the curriculum, or
Amplifying Eureka, or the
Are you
unique
talking about
curriculum?
unique?
unique.
Unique
Sorry,
curriculum, yes.
And so to be able to do that, so that's one of the inputs, and of course, you've got the professional development here that they will talk about. The other piece that, and I know Dr. LeBron mentioned, we did have, because that was one of my first questions as we received the data, because you'll recall in the past 2 years, we have seen incremental growth for our special education. Of course, they're still below, but that's why they're in special education, right? They need the special services. So we had seen incremental growth, and so I was expecting, okay, another incremental growth, and we didn't receive that. And so as we were going through the data, part of the issue was the state has changed the percentage of students that can take the alternate assessment. And so we had many of the students that were in a self-contained classroom receiving a modified curriculum. Once the state made that change, now we had to move students into Imagine taking the regular STAR exam. And they've been in a modified curriculum all along. And so as that percentage changes, we will either take the hit by just moving them over, and we know that oftentimes it frustrates a student because they do have a disability that hinders them, right? And so we'll move them over, and they unfortunately do not perform well, or we leave them in that alternate program, which we know is appropriate for their disability, but then we get cited by the state by having too many students being tested in the alternate assessment. So I understand why we want to move them to the Gen Ed exam, but we have many students that unfortunately, because of their disability, are not able to function. And slowly but surely, we're down to what, 1% only? Is that
That's-
correct?
That's what the state's, well, that's what the national decision is, yes. No more than 1%.
Now,
Yes.
we're over that 1%
We are-
right now.
We are over the 1% and working toward looking at each student individually and those participation requirements.
What is the 1%?
1% of the students may be tested in the alternate assessment, meaning of all of our students, what's the number of our students that are identified as special education or receiving special education, only 1% of those students are eligible to test in an alternate assessment. Where we've seen that the disability that our students have, the majority are autistic students, and you can see the numbers, or you can see the categories. Dr. LeBron?
Yes.
If you'll take us back to those categories, and then our total number of students participating in our program is, you give me the number.
4,118.
What is it?
4,118.
So 4,118 students are participating in our special education program, and of those 4,000 students, only 1% can be tested by the alternate assessment. And as you can see by the disabilities that our students have, many require an alternate curriculum and an alternate setting, not in the mainstream. And so that really hit us, that change in the law, the policy this past year stopped the progress that we were seeing. We were seeing incremental growth, and we were celebrating the growth, but it did because we had to move quite a bit of kids into the gen ed assessment.
Can we get and you probably don't have it right now, but can we get the percentage of the change?
Do you have it on your numbers here?
And
I
he
have,
didn't follow
we
up.
had 106 students who changed within our district, but we had students who moved in who had already gone through that participation requirements in their ARD, and they also shifted or changed from an alternative assessment. So 106 in the district who we changed from taking the alternative assessment to taking STAR.
Dr. Jensen?
I don't want to steal Dr. LeBron's presentation here, but later on, I noticed in the presentation that the absenteeism almost completely, perfectly reflected the drop in scores.
Yes.
And, and I'd love to know why there was such absenteeism, because obviously when kids can't be there, we can't teach them. So,
So we made a note where we'll get the number of students, the additional number, the percentage and number of students that now took the alternate, or moved from the alternate to a gen ed exam. So that'll be part of it. And then we also will look at our curriculum, because that's one of the inputs. And of course, the professional development, again, the attendance is another input. And then you'll hear from discipline. So Ms. Parker will talk a little bit about the instructional setting and the program, and then we'll talk about attendance, and we'll talk about discipline. All three of those are inputs that impact the student's achievement.
So other than the percent that moved from the alternate to gen ed exam, there was another additional information you said you were going to bring back. Can you repeat what that was?
The curriculum. We'll touch a little bit on it today, but we can provide information on the curriculum that's in the self-contained classrooms, and then what the students are using in the gen ed classroom, which is our Amplify, Eureka, Carnegie, with the support of the teachers pushing into the classroom to support the students.
And that is definitely an area that we will continue to grow and emphasize with our special education teachers receiving the full gamut of training for the general curriculum. While it is on their priority passport, when we have job-alike days, we're typically training them specifically on special education services, and they would have to then go to another location for the general curriculum. And so what we're looking at is how we connect with our curriculum teams and provide some of that co-teaching, as well as having our teachers receiving the curriculum trainings that the gen ed teachers are receiving, because that's the way that we're able to provide those services aligned to that general curriculum.
So I know you indicated that we do it at the end of kindergarten and then the beginning of the year for first grade. That's how we do our assessments. When students are transferring in, how is that managed?
For kinder and
Or
first.
identify-
We, by us having M class, we're still able to test them. Most of the time, a parent, when they're getting ready to come in and it's not doing that window, a parent will allow us, they'll let us know that,
Okay.
what they are suspecting, as well as the teachers are able to let us know and identify them through M class. Because we not only use M class just for the testing, but we use M class throughout the year. And that's one of our, measures for middle of year. So they'll be able to be tested and it'll be flagged.
Thank you.
just have a few more before we move on. So on this same slide, Dr. LeBron, you mentioned the change from emotional disturbance to emotional disability.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there changes with, the characteristics, if you will, or is it simply just a change of a term?
I'll let our evaluator, Director of Assessment and Evaluation.
It's just the change of the terminology. The criteria and eligibility did not change.
And then, can we see the data, disaggregated for emotional disturbance? And the reason I'm asking is because historically, African-American boys are disproportionately represented when it comes to emotionally disturbed. So I would just like to see where we are with that. And then on the page 11, with the step binders,
Yes, ma'am.
I know this is, you mentioned that this is what teachers utilize to note whether their students are making improvements. How are we monitoring the step binders and the implementation and, you know, if accommodations are being
Yes.
implemented or not?
So that is coming up, but we're engaging in instructional rounds.
Okay.
And we'll talk about that in just a moment. So new this year, some improvements that we put in place for the monitoring.
And the very last thing I just want to name, I know we are talking a lot about STAR and STAR Alt. I would love to see how the kids are doing outside of just standardized testing. How are they doing on their coursework? Does this all align when it comes to MAP as well? Just because we know STAR is it's just one data point. So I would like to see more as we move forward in the school year and look more at the presentations, to get a fuller picture of how our kids are doing.
Yes.
So trustee, Adams, are you comfortable with the input question you had?
I'm comfortable that Dr. Knowles is gonna bring that back.
Okay.
I'm comfortable that Dr. Knowles is gonna bring that back. You did, you go to slide 20. It says, for number 3, work alongside campuses to support and monitor the implementation of accommodations. Who is working alongside who in that sentence?
Okay, so we have specialists who are supporting in the classroom, the paraprofessionals as well as teachers, and they do an amazing job of really doing the hands-over-hand support with teachers. We have our coordinators who are on the campuses. They're working with our department chairs and team leads. They're working with our campus administrators. But more recently, we are now, as a leadership team, going into the campuses and doing walks for our Tier 3 campuses specifically. And we are going in and we're looking at the step binders to see, are they putting in the work samples? Do they have the accommodations documented? Are they documenting the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the accommodations?
So I will say, as a parent of a child in this district who was evaluated and determined to qualify for 504, the paperwork is always phenomenal. I don't always see it executed, or we have not always seen it executed in terms of what actually happens from day to day in the classroom. The paperwork was always straight. And so just like that monitoring piece, we have a breakdown somewhere there, I think, and this is just my experience. I think Trustee Correa, if she were here, she could speak a little bit to that too. And so I wonder about when I say who's the who in that sentence, like where is the teacher that needs to make sure that every accommodation is occurring every day? It's inconsistent, and me and my wife remind people and send emails to people, and then we always ask our child, like, how did they go today? And full compliance with accommodations has been the exception rather than the rule. I think that's a big part of where our falling down is, that we somehow need to get closer to the people that are actually delivering the services to make sure. And that might be an issue of DOI teachers. That could be for a variety of reasons. But
Yes.
I just wanted to speak that into the ether that is an issue. But early on in my time here, we seem to have figured out at least the compliance piece in terms of the paperwork, so.
Yes. You are absolutely correct. And we are seeing through our walks that there are misconceptions. And so we are right in time providing that feedback to the campuses. We're providing it specifically to teachers. There are times where we're talking to the teachers right there and even saying, hey, you can go ahead and pull back out those manipulatives. You can put out the supplemental aid. Everybody can benefit from it. And this student must have it. So we're having those discussions, and sometimes it takes the in-person one-to-one discussions for people to understand, okay, this has to go beyond having a binder to actually implementation and maintaining documents for that.
Which brings up another challenge that I think we're having, Dr. Enosa, is, and this is a sort of a really separate conversation, but the amount of turnover we have, I can imagine it makes it really difficult to have specialists come in and there's a bunch of new faces that they're talking to on a campus about these same things. So on top of having an issue with implementing with fidelity, right, you come back the next year or in 2 years and it's the same conversation. And I think this is a big part of why we're sort of static in terms of our development. We have to hold on to the teachers that we're giving this training to,
Right.
so that we can really get it implemented with fidelity. I'm gonna
Agreed.
stop.
Agreed. Are we good?
One thing I did want to say, thank you, President Durant. I was playing the red off and on. But Mr. Adams, I did want to answer also part of your question. I do know next week that we'll be taking the board, through another instructional academic presentation through beginning of the year information. But one of the big premises of that presentation also is, and I go back to the conversation we've been having, what are the new strategies that we're doing this year that is different from previous years? So we're really prepared to take the board through a deep dive on a lot of the new strategies and practices that we're engaging with our schools and our principals and our teachers in, to really wrap around the whole notion around school improvement. We know that when we focus on the whole, we are also naturally through best practice going to lift up, all of our students, whether special education, 504, emergent bilingual, even gifted and talented, with a lot of these best practices and innovative practices that we're going to hear from some of our principals today on and what they're doing around, increasing the academic achievement from their students, decreasing, discipline referrals, and increasing our attendance rate. So, Mr. Adams, to that point, I know that this presentation is just drilled specifically to special education and 504, but next week the board will be able to hear a wider conversation around the full district improvement strategy, around some of those top levers for what we're really doing to do something different, innovative, even outside the box, to ensure that all of our kids, are receiving a high quality education. So through all of this, we continue to focus on high quality instruction, data-driven decision making. We're focusing heavily on, inclusion and inclusionary practices as well. Really focusing, as we heard, about the power of co-teaching and team teaching. How are teachers able to work together to ensure that, we are absolutely meeting the needs of our students. We talked about the power of instructional rounds. It's one of my favorite activities that we do. Because not only are we able to get a group of educators, a diverse group of educators, to walk into a classroom to look for best practices, but we're also able to give immediate feedback to both the principal as well as the teachers, so they can turn around and turnkey those practices to meet the needs for kids. So I'm really excited to extend this conversation, but to a much broader level next week, so we can really drill into some of those levers that I know that you're wanting to hear about. Yes, sir.
Can I, maybe not tonight, we saw an increase of students with the law taking it to 1%, that are taking the gen ed exam, but what are our interventions to get them ready for that? What are we doing to prepare them to take that gen ed exam?
And so the first step is exposure to the general curriculum. And that's where we begin, just getting the students to be able to sustain attention, to be able to focus on their learning, providing them with modified instruction inside of the general education classroom or in a resource setting, away from an alternative curriculum, which is aligning to the alternative assessment. So just the basics, because these are students who have not had any exposure. And so we're doing that as we work with teachers and training them on the curriculum so that they can execute that piece. And the other part is just understanding that how to specially design instruction. What does that look like? And when we're working with, like you said, a turnover of teachers, we have to have a different layer of professional development training and hand-over-hand support inside of the classroom for them than we would for a first, second year certified teacher who has some knowledge of the instructional methodology of how to instruct, and they need a different level of support and services. And so we're working through that. We do have our priority passports that we've worked on for the past couple of years to really focus on what is that level 1 training that needs to be there and what is level 2, and also getting to our general education teachers, because majority of our students sit inside of the general education classroom, and a special education teacher goes in to work with them on their goals and objectives, on their critical areas of need, but the disability doesn't leave them when the special ed teacher walks out. So how are we developing our general education teachers to support our students?
Thank you.
Yes, and so that really is our professional.
And one thing that we are doing, with the curriculum, by the curriculum is a story. And so the same story they may hear in kindergarten, they're gonna hear the story in first grade, just more in depth. They're gonna hear more in depth in third grade. So the level of complexity, it increased by grade levels, as well as a unit of stories in math. And so the concept just gets rigorous, more rigorous and more rigorous. So they are exposed to it. So you may come to me on a third grade level, but you're in fifth grade, but I'm exposing you to the curriculum that you need, so you're still getting it. So in time for START, they're ready. I can't speak on my campus. I'm probably one of the highest elementary sped campuses right now, and they're performing. And so they're rising to the occasion, and they're doing the work, and my teachers are able to break it down and provide those interventions during those small group times by identifying what needs they need.
Thank you. So we talked about the priority passport, that there is online learning as well as in-person learning, so teachers can access what they need to be able to be successful. We also offer opportunities of choice sessions with professional learning through surveys. We hear from the teachers. We develop choice sessions that they can attend, along with what our specialists and our coordinators see on the campuses that need to be implemented so that they can continue to be successful with their journey of teaching and supporting students with their learning. With our monthly connections, earlier we talked about monthly meetings. In addition to those meetings, we hold connections where staff are able to come together to gain new knowledge, as well as connect with each other surrounding school, classroom, and or student situations, and learn from each other and how to navigate areas within special services. These connections include monthly scheduled time with department chairs, team leads, evaluation staff, as well as our special education leadership team. Another new item on our calendar, we talked a little bit about it this year, are our instructional rounds. Here to provide us with highlights of the work that we collectively execute is our principal of Jenkins Elementary School and principal lead, Ms. Cecily Parker.
So one of the things that's new this year are our instructional rounds. So what our instructional rounds are is we go to 2 campuses per week. On the elementary side, as well as middle and high have their instructional rounds. We do two campuses, and we go in as a team. And that team consists of special education, a representative from special education, a representative from multilingual, it could be a representative from RTI, as well as the academic team, and our area soups and the principal leads. And so on the campus, the principals are allowed to give us information about what are their needs. And so we partner with the principals to provide them feedback and coaching on their areas of needs. And so one of the focuses is special education this year. And that's like probably one of my little babies. I tell Dr. LeBron all the time, like that's my area. And so just going into those classrooms, looking to see how the teachers are implementing the models that are already there that's built into the curriculum. because I don't know if you all are aware, but like Eureka comes with a kit. And it provides all of the manipulatives, it provides them models, it provides them the tools that need to be successful in that curriculum, and just making sure that the teachers are implementing it. And I like the fact that we brought the step binders back, because I think back in the day, as principals, as teachers, I think we use it as a compliance piece. And so being part of the special education, bringing them to the team, it made us bring that document to life and making it be a live resource document and bringing it to life and truly implementing and looking and see, are teachers using it? And when teachers are not using it, how are we responding? And so as campus leaders and as being a lead principal, when everybody's gone, I'll meet myself in the area super, meet with that principal, and we put together a plan and an action plan to see how can we monitor to see, are we utilizing this step binder as a live document? Are we updating the accommodations? Are we seeing if that accommodation was ineffective or effective? And we go back and, like I can say for myself, I do sped walks. And I go in the classrooms and I'll go and I'll do sped walks once a week and I'll see, is it implemented? Are you utilizing it? Okay, let me see what goal this child did not meet. And so it allows us as leaders to truly get into the work. And I have to say, I have to definitely thank Dr. Hinojosa and Dr. Quare for having us do all those walkthroughs. So it opened our eyes to say, okay, what areas we need to focus in on while we're in the classroom, not just special education, but for all students. And so utilizing those step binders, it also helps us see the gaps for other students. And so I think that's one of the biggest things that I take away from those instructional rounds, is opening my eyes on the other areas and not just focusing on the general curriculum, but now focusing on my EBs, focusing on SPED, and making sure that we're implementing the tools and necessary steps that we need. And Amplify is another tool that the curriculum, part of the curriculum, it provides that story that they continuously gets to go in depth with every grade level. But it also focuses on the skills like phonic awareness. And it focuses on developing those skills and developing those fluencies in those areas that they need the most. And so we utilize those resources to strengthen our students' academic performance. We use M-Class, we use our burst groups. So we are utilizing all of the curriculum that we have to provide that opportunity for students in small group time to bridge those gaps. And now I'll turn it back over to Dr. LeBron.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Attendance is a major contributor to student performance. In looking at our longitudinal attendance data for students receiving Section 504 services, we can see that last year's attendance dropped in comparison to the 22-23 school year. Both 22-23 and the 23-24 data was taken at the end of the school year with an emphasis on attendance. We see that our current attendance rate is elevated above that of both last year and the year prior. So what you see in 2024-2025 is our current attendance, whereas the other ones were at the end of the year. Similar to students receiving Section 504 services are our students who receive special education services. Our current data shows that we are making intentional efforts to increase student attendance, which will have a positive impact on student performance. We do see that there was a significant drop again from 22-23 school year to the 23-24 school year.
Is it possible to get the data mid-year? From the previous slide, we're looking at end of the year versus
Yes,
year-to-date.
yes.
That's not especially useful, because what would make this chart more useful is if there was a snapshot taken at the same point in time
That's what I'm saying.
as the
Okay.
last one.
That was my question.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay. Thank you for that feedback. Studies show that there is a strong correlation between attendance and academic achievement. We know that there are many reasons for shifts in student attendance. A few contributing factors to lower attendance is outlined on the slide. with special services, the alignment of the IEP or 504 service plan to meet the student's needs and the intentional monitoring of the student's attendance is critical to ensuring students with disabilities, to ensure that the student's disability is not the cause for the absences. We have oversight measures in place that start with the case manager and include the ARD committee when the attendance concerns arise. Campuses across the district are making a focused effort to improve student attendance. As a matter of fact, in our instructional walks, that's one of the pieces that every principal has spoke about when we go and we listen to them talk about their areas of improvement. We want to hear from our principal at Bamwell Middle School, Dr. Trin Russell, who is going to share more about practices surrounding attendance as she continues to impact change at her campus.
Good evening, everyone. The attendance rate for Bamwell Middle School has been under 90% for the last 3 years. It's ranged anywhere from 86 to 88% for overall. And the attendance rate for our special education students at Bamwell has been really poor. It's ranged anywhere from 77 to 87% over the last 3 years. Currently, 84 out of the 112 special education students that we serve at our campus right now have an attendance rate over 90%. 59 of the 84 have an attendance rate over 95%. So as of today, our campus attendance rate is above 90% for the first time in the last 3 years. We currently have an attendance. We currently have an attendance rate of 91.75% as of today for our general population and a 91.7% for our special ed students.
Dr.
So
Russell?
major improvement.
So this is the input part. Like, so what is the thing or things that you're doing that has gotten you that increase? That's
And I'm going to share that with you right now. I created an attendance committee, and my attendance committee consists of my attendance clerk, my SIMS clerk, my student support specialist, my ESL specialist, my data steward, and me. Our team meets every 2 weeks. Our attendance clerk provides us with the overall attendance rate for our campus at every meeting, and she provides us with the attendance rate of every kid, and she takes the report and puts it in numerical order from lowest to the highest. And so what we do as a committee is we first spend our time focusing on the kids with really low attendance. We review what we've done to determine whether what we've done has been meeting the needs and addressing that low attendance rate. We originally started off with when would we implement attendance contracts. So we first started off with attendance letters. I actually created my own attendance letters that outline specific things, and I brought some samples of the different letters that I created. But so at that meeting, though, we also talked about when we would start the attendance contract because we wanted to get the campus stable first to know that we have all the kids. And so we set parameters. So by this, in 2 weeks, we're going to have the grade levels do attendance contracts for kids who are under 60. Then the next time we're going to move to like 70, then 75, then 85. And so we're now actually at the place where everybody who's under 90% has to have an attendance contract. So each time the administrators for each grade level get their list of students, and so they have their secretaries actually contact the parents to set up the attendance contract meetings. And so with the meetings, hopefully we get the parents to show up, but if they miss, they're still expected to do the meetings, and then they send the contract home with the students, and then they have to bring them back, showing that the parent has signed off on it. But what we do for every kid, even before they got to the place where they had the attendance contract, takes the letters. The first letter was that letter that kind of lined out what their kid's attendance rate is, how many days they've been absent from school versus how many days school's been in place. So we started as early as someone had a letter that said it was 12 because we started really quickly this year with that. And so the letter then tells what the attendance rate is required for by the state. It lines it out, and we give that. In the letter I put, it's vital about them maintaining a 90% attendance rate. They have to improve it significantly. Really strong with the words of if they don't, these are things that are going to happen. Truancy and retention. So really making sure that's clear to the parents. And so that's that first letter so that they know, and every parent got that letter if their kid was below 90%. The kids have a signature sheet that they have to sign off on, and they get the letter and they take it home. So the kids visually see it, and so they have to take it home. And then I do a call out for everybody who got the letter. I use the student ID codes, and I call out to the parent, letting them know that letters were sent home by their child, showing their attendance rate. If you have any questions, please make sure you contact our attendance clerk and everything. So every time we get letters, most definitely Miss Franklin gets a lot of phone calls. And then the next round, it was looking at that same letter was changed to show anybody who's new who didn't get the letter last time, but they fell below 90%, they get added. Anyone who was on it, they get one of two letters. One that shows that same thing, what's your attendance rate, how many days you've been absent versus how many days school has been in. And if you've improved, we tell you what your attendance rate was. So I do mail merges to show that. So your attendance rate last time you got this letter was this. This time it's that. If it went up, I have a statement in there about your attendance has improved, but it's still below 90%, continue to keep working. If it hasn't improved, you still have not improved, and so I make those statements. And then, of course, the new kids who didn't get a letter, so we do that particular process. And the same process, again, they have to sign for it. But what our attendance committee also does is the rewards process too. So with the committee, I sat with them and talked about what are some things that we can do. So we made a decision to reward kids every month because our kiddos sometimes they need that instant gratification. And so we reward them every month instead of every 9 weeks. So every month we do a drawing. My kids love dressing down, so every month we do a drawing. So you get pulled out of the drawing. 10 kids who get pulled out, who have perfect attendance. They can't have anything other than perfect attendance. So it's to push that since we're doing it monthly, and they get to dress down. And so on the announcements during fifth period on Fridays is when I share the information. And so they just know that Friday, fifth period, that's my intervention block. I'm going to get on the announcements and start off with, they say it all the time, it's that time, it's that time, it's that time. And so they know if they get called, they come down to meet with me. I give them their dress down bands and just make a big deal of that with them. So this right here is in our parent newsletter, this poster, and it's around our campus so the kids get to see it. Then all of our kids, for the semester, if you have perfect attendance for a semester, you get to go to a pizza party that we do. And then each grade level we select, and it's random, that you have to have perfect attendance. Every month they get to skip a period. So kids who are selected in each grade level, 10 of them, they get to skip a period. And the period they get to skip is fifth period, which is our 30-minute intervention block. And so during that time, they can play games, they can listen to their cell phone, they can listen to music, and I buy them snacks so that they can, snack around. And I call their names out so that way everybody hears their name. So those are some of the incentives that we do every month so that the kids who are coming to school, they feel rewarded. Whereas the ones who aren't coming to school, they get a chance. And I tell them it's an opportunity every month to redeem yourself. So even when I did announcements this morning, it's December the 3rd, the second day in December. So if you haven't been absent yet, you're already in line, so do little things like that for them. And so with that plays a role and that helps it. And then two, the other piece, and that's kind of in line with with Dr. Guillory and the things that she's kind of shown with the different reports and everything. So my Sims clerk comes to the meetings with the discipline reports. And so she brings every 2 weeks who's had discipline incidents in that time frame. And that's also how we catch if there's something with discipline that threw off attendance because someone did something wrong or they said that they were in ISS or suspended. It's just, you're able to catch those things. So we've caught a few things where a kid was coded as absent and they really weren't even absent. So our attendance clerk is able to then get immediately with our APs for them to fix the discipline to make sure it's matching with the attendance. So we catch little things like that. And the other thing that we're able to do during that meeting is look at particular trends that might be causing a kid to be suspended. Like we've even caught, they weren't even supposed to be suspended. So we're able to tell, a new AP, hey, this wasn't a suspension type thing. So that caused an absence, but they deserve consequences, but suspension wouldn't have been the one for that particular thing. So doing it every 2 weeks is really helped. And so that's helpful. And then even to what we do now, we have like some kids who have chronic and we need to get out to their home. And sometimes with truancy, it's backlogged getting the person to go out from the district because it's only one person. So my attendance clerk and my registrar, we're going to do a home visit. And so actually they've just taken on that role where they go and do home visits for us after attendance meetings of the kids that when we're in the meeting that we say are the chronic issue. Okay, it's time to move forward with truancy, but we need to do another visit ourselves just to make sure that they're in the district. Now, what we do find sometimes is the kid who's the most chronic in the 40s and 50s, they actually weren't in our district. So we've had to address things like that. But there are others that they're in the district, they just haven't been coming. And so then one thing we do find is once we get up that home visit, next day they seem to be showing up to the campus because they don't like you coming to the house. So those are things that we're doing from the letters. And so I took a real active role this year in being a direct part of the committee. On most campuses, the principal may not normally be on the attendance committee, but our attendance rate was just terrible for years. It's just been terrible. So I was like, let me put these various things in place. Let me work with the committee. Let me be very active in it and see if we start to see those improvements. And so we do. I'm really methodical about it. The committee's really methodical. Like we really literally look at from, Dr. Hannah Hossa, she has 40%. We talked about her last time. Have we done our visit on her? Oh, okay, Franklin, can you and Miss Escobar go and do the visit? Yeah, we're gonna put her on the list. So those are the things we're able to do because we meet every 2 weeks. The kids are fresh in our mind because middle school is big. And so you're not gonna remember kids if you don't meet regularly. But we have a set meeting every 2 weeks. And the only time it might change is when I have a Wednesday principal meeting. I'll move it to Thursday, which this week we have our attendance committee meeting. So I'm doing it on Thursday, but it's already set. So little things like that have really, 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 really helped. And the parents, even when it came to like one of my kids, the last letter he gave out, because the letter comes from me, it says my name at the bottom, so he came up with the letter. My attendance rate went up, so every kid doesn't come to me saying, oh, my attendance rate went up, but the fact that he came to me and said that, it shows me that they're actually paying attention to the letter, and they want to make that improvement. But it is a little carrot and stick type situation. I make it very clear that I'm serious about attendance, and I really let them know, hey, you're gonna be retained, we're gonna found truancy. Rewards, consequences, and so we just really push that. So the kids are doing so much better. I mean, we're over 5 percentage points of our attendance rate, and so that's really a big deal.
That is a big deal. So the first half of what you said, as you were laying out your inputs, sounded like stuff that any good principal would do. Like, I'm thinking of it as sort of the bare minimum that you would do. What I'm really interested in is what is getting you that 5%. And so there's some stuff that I think should go without saying. Like you'd have a committee, you'd be keeping track of it, and you'd be going out and you'd be writing that letter, right? But I'm curious about the incentives, whether it is the frequency of the incentives you're doing. So if it's the case that almost everybody else in the district is only doing it every 9 weeks, does making it every month make that much of a difference? Would doing it every other week make a difference for us? That's the sort of thing I want to get to when we're talking about inputs and what is it that gets us the outcomes that we want. Because I think there's some basic stuff that you'd be doing and people would say that, well, if you weren't doing that, that's sort of malpractice. And you're doing all of those things. And those things were probably being done at BAML for the previous 8 years. Something you're doing is different, and that's what I want to lock in on.
I just mention, when we do the graduation walks, sometimes the students are amazed that we care that they didn't come. So I'm thinking that what you think of as a stick might actually be, she noticed I didn't come, and she wants me back. So I'm wondering if that's one of the factors.
And I think for our kiddos too, and that's the thing I've been really big with our kids on, is really acknowledging them. You always have a group of kids who are gonna come, who are gonna do no matter what. But the extra acknowledgement pushes it that extra oomph. So those kids are staying at 100%, whereas maybe they would have been a 98 or a 97 sometimes. And then kids, especially when I look at like my special ed kids, to have 59 out of 84 out of 112 being over 90, but then 59 out of my 84 special ed kids being 95% or higher. We really they love to have their names called out. So
their name over
it's
it.
worth taking that time on Friday. By the time I call out, I've, maybe spent 5 minutes of the teacher's intervention time. And so that's a big deal for them, because they'll say stuff like in the hallway, you call my name? I heard you call my name. So even when I'm doing shout outs and they're not actually getting a physical, tangible reward, but they hear their name called because they were in the nomination process of it, that helps a lot. And, being able to skip class and the principal's giving you permission, that helps. But when you talk about, Trustee Adams, about the frequency, I know that is one thing that I've done different this year, separate from being really intentional with being on the committee and looking at every kid, is frequency, because a lot of times they were more of a 9-week type situation, but with the committee and the talking, we're like, they have to see it constantly, because they're just in a generation where play a video game, I get a prize. It's immediate, so that immediate reward. So we do things like I do dress down for $1 day every month to raise money to be able to pay for the stuff that I do for the kids. And so it's like they pay $1, we get the money goes right back out to them. So the money is what kind of helps drive it too, because having those funds for things that aren't dress down day comes in handy and stuff. So little things like that really support it. And then even too, we do intervention drafts. So we draft our students. So this year I implemented where we draft our kids every 6 weeks. So our special education kids, our general education kids, they get drafted by the teachers every 6 weeks for their interventions. So that's another way where it shows you're seen, because, hey, Ms. Durant actually drafted me for her math class. She actually chose for me to come. It wasn't just some random, she's my math teacher. She actually chose to bring me back. So our special education teachers, general, and our elective teachers draft the kids. So that makes the group smaller. So everybody's doing intervention during that time, including our coaches. So the groups are smaller, so then they can get seen a little bit more too. I know for my kids, they like to be seen. They like to be acknowledged. And so little things like that help allow us to address attendance, of course, working on achievement to get our scores there. But one of the things we talked about, I have to get attendance under control. General was terrible, SPED was even worse. And so if I couldn't get attendance under control, I can't even see if what my teachers are doing is working if they're not here. So.
And thank you, Dr. Russell, for sharing your innovative solutions. I'm imagining those letters make a big impact, especially when you tell parents truancy and retention. Is there a requirement to send letters if students are under a certain percentage? What is that?
It is that 90%, and as Mr. Adams was saying, the first part that Dr. Russell talked about, that's the requirement, right?
Okay.
The state requires every campus to have an attendance committee. When the student falls below that 90%, we have the truancy letters that are created by the district. I know Dr. Russell, modified hers so that it's more personalized for her school, but we do send those truancy letters home, generated once they hit that number. And then, of course, we have the phone calls that they get.
So then the next step that you're adding in is you send the second letter to say.
I have
if you've
I
improved
personalized it. I've changed the letter where it's very, very.
from the principal.
It's like they hear me talking and I tell them exactly where your attendance rate is, how many days you have been absent versus how many days you have been enrolled. And it hits different for different parents because we've been enrolled 60-something days. Well, you've been enrolled 40-something days, so they're able to see that. And then because I do the next letter, then now I take you back, well, this is what your attendance rate was. So my letters show where you were and where you are now, so they're able to see,
Right.
am I making the improvement?
So then thinking back to that input,
Yeah.
that's another
And
individualized
it comes
piece.
every 2 weeks. My letter comes every 2 weeks, so I do it a lot more frequently.
2
It's,
weeks.
so that helps. And then my letter says to them, in the letter, it tells them, please ensure your child improves the current attendance rate. We will review your child's attendance rate again in 2 weeks. So my letter states that 2 weeks from now, we're going to tell you again where it's at. So that's something I added to it too.
So, I'm sorry, versus the requirement, is it just to send it out one time so they know?
No, it's continuous, and I know Dr. Guillory's here because we have a district-wide attendance committee that's headed by Dr. Guillory and Mr. Strubart. And so, no, there are requirements.
But
It's
every
not
2
just,
weeks, Dr.
no,
Gilbert?
it's not every 2 weeks.
No, okay,
Depends upon the number of absences in
Okay.
a 4-week period or a 6-month period.
okay. I was just trying to get at, like you were saying, the differences. And then the last thing I was wondering, what is the attendance contract entail?
Well, we took, as a committee, we ended up taking, like, the district had an attendance contract, and so we looked at what the district has had, looked at other contracts that are just out there, and so as a committee, we went together and kind of merged some things, and so it talks about, of course, what the kids' attendance rate is. It lists, what our expectations for them are, and at the end of it, it has the 3 check type things where, okay, after we've had this meeting, check 1, where are we at? Check 2, where are we at? Check 3, where are we at? And so it shows the parents that when we get to check 3, if you're still not there, we're going to truancy now. So it kind of gives that visual.
That
So
follow-up.
it's the district's one plus some other little pieces added to it just to send the message that it is, very, very serious. And because they get to see too, from the parent standpoint, attendance is issue. Truancy could be the trouble part for the parent, but at the same time, when your kid is coming, we are teaching them and we're rewarding them for coming and trying to make it a better situation for them. In addition to these incentives, other incentives we do beyond attendance, so that way it's better for you to come than to not come. So little things like that. It's a lot. I do have to tell you, it's a lot. And everything, but, being able to use things like mail merge and formulas, that kind of helps me crank out the letters a little bit quicker. But it is a process, and so.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The last contributing factor to student achievement is the removal of students from school due to violations of the Student Code of Conduct. For students receiving Section 504 services, we saw an increase in the number of disciplinary removals from the 22-23 school year to the 23-24 school year. Pulling discipline data in November, our current trajectory shows that we have a decrease in the number of students being removed from their learning environment due to disciplinary infractions. In
And this
review of-
is year-to-date versus full year. in
This is the
previous
full
data.
year, 22, 23, 23, 24 is full year, and then this is year-to-date
Okay.
for this year. In review of the disciplinary removals for students receiving special education, we see that last year there was an increase in student infractions. With current data taken just before Thanksgiving break, we can see that the student infractions resulted in disciplinary removals are significantly lower this year with only a few weeks left before the end of the first semester.
Dr. LeBron, were those just incidences or actually students? Because I was wondering how many students have repeat offenses.
These are the student removals. There are more offenses, so the incidences of student removals are here. Discipline infractions increased from 22-23 to the 23-24 school year. Outlined on this slide are contributing factors to the increase of student removal. The vaping infractions and zero tolerance policy contributed to the increase of removals last year. Looking at the current discipline data, we believe that the zero tolerance policy has supported the decrease in student discipline infractions for this school year. with special populations, continuous training of staff on the implementation of the behavior intervention plan or behavior contract, training on the program implementation, and increased participation in the workflow for students being recommended for our disciplinary alternative education program, DAEP, supports the decrease of infractions for special services. Looking again at professional learning, we incorporate training available to campus administrators through their Priority Passport. In-person and virtual session options are available for campus administrators. In addition to the Priority Passports, online tools are available for easy access to administrators. Guidance documents as well as online training are available to campus administrators, which include the Texas Behavior Support Initiative and positive behavioral interventions and supports. We are excited to hear from our final principal of the evening, here to provide us with campus highlights reflective of strong systems of student support, is Mr. Reynolds, our principal for Spring High School.
Good evening. So they kind of stole everything I wanted to say, but I took notes from them as well. So it's great work going on, and some great leadership up here. So my work is a lot different, and it was a lot different, transitioning to Spring High School. We had an entire culture that we had to change the mindset of. So when I went there, people felt as if I was going to change the culture of everything there, and that couldn't be the case. So the very first time I spoke to staff, parents, everybody, I simply said that we are going to make a difference at Spring High School, and we are going to work together to make a difference at Spring High School, and it's for all students. And then I said we're going to work with each other, and I'm going to work with you, you're going to work with us. And then we're going to do everything that we do for our students. And so it was we, with, and for. And then before I left that night, one parent said, so that's WWF. And then I said, yeah, I guess so. But so now, you know, it kind of sticks. So that was during our orientations and getting ready for school. But as we looked at discipline and culture of the school and what was going on, I sent out a simple survey, and I do it all the time. It's called Keep, Stop, Start. And so what are the things that we want to keep that's going on in the school? What things are going on in the school that we want to stop doing? And then what are some things in the school that we want to start doing? And so I don't do a bunch of stuff on technology and surveys, but somebody created one for us. And then we got those results. I wanted to see it on paper, and you don't need to give me your name. I just want to see it. So based on the results, people at Spring High School really wanted a good school. They wanted us to look at all the kids. They wanted us to look at all the teachers for who they are and what they brought to the school and their dedication to the school. And there's people that's been there for years that wanted to see a change, but they also wanted a leader that they could trust. And I didn't walk in there asking for them to trust me. I didn't walk in there asking for them to respect me. I let them know what we were going to do and then how we were going to do it for our kids. And it was going to be us working together to make that happen. So we identified kids that had disabilities. We identified kids that had truancy issues. We identified kids that performed at a very high level. And so we decided we would approach it in a way where we're going to build a school where teachers can teach and students can learn. And we've done those things. I've met with parent groups. I've met with student groups. And students are real simple, and they'll let you know what their expectations are. They want to be engaged in what's happening at school. They want to have a pep rally, just a pep rally. They want to have celebrations for attendance and grades and just be acknowledged as a student at school. They wanted to just listen to music at lunch. And so I do want you to know, we played nice, smooth jazz music during lunch, and all our kids sit down and have conversations. I mean, and you can walk in and you can have a conversation with them because they're just in tune. It's like they're out to dinner, but it's really cool to see. And when things happen, because we're in a big giant high school, things still happen. I go in there and I take a picture or a video and I just save it for me, because there are challenges, you know, from time to time. But we're making lots of improvements, and the game changer for us was the grade level meetings. And I met with all students in every grade level by gender. And so it's 9th grade boys, 9th grade girls, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. And then we talked about the expectations. Then we talked about the we, the with, and the for. And everything we're doing is for them. And then I gave them the consequences of not being in line with what we expect for them to do. And yeah, we're talking about discipline, we're talking about attendance. I created an ISS Extension Center, make sure everybody download that. And it goes until 5 o'clock. And we don't provide transportation, we simply communicate to parents. Okay, and so it's very few kids that have made decisions to go into our extension center that will keep them at school until 5 o'clock. So I simply want them to think about their actions before they actually do something. So that's part of it. And of course, I have the planning matrix and everything we do at Spring High School and everything we do when I'm associated with it. Our planning matrix is real simple. Before you can do anything, you have to say what you're doing, why you're doing it, how you're doing it, when you're doing it, where you're doing it, what are your needs, who's going to be involved, what's your desired outcome, and then the evidence. And I added this part, I wanted it to be specific, observable, concrete, and sequential. And it makes it so very, very, very simple when it's set up that way. So that's kind of what we've done to create systems. Dr. Russell said it best. She wasn't saying it, but it was on her screen. But she was saying it. She said she communicates and she's consistent. And that's the thing. And she's a part of. When you're a part of the work, the data's going to change. The culture's going to change. Thank you.
Thank you. As we discussed in the beginning of this presentation, ensuring students who receive special services continue to have access and make progress in their learning requires teams to work together. I want to thank the principals here, and I believe it's with our collaborative efforts with our campus principals, we will see progress and continue to make gains with our students. Our next steps to moving in a positive direction for student achievement is to continue our partnership with curriculum and instruction to increase staff knowledge of how to support students through appropriate use of accommodations, high leverage practices, and co-teach models, teaming with the professional learning department to expand training offerings to general education teachers, enhancing our partnership with our family and community engagement department to provide ongoing support and communication to families regarding special services, instructional practices, and student progress. And lastly, evaluating student access to assistive technology tools and resources to enhance learning and participation. We thank you for giving us this opportunity to present today. Any additional questions?
So you cited the 1% that we've been talking about is part of the reason for our decrease in performance. How do we explain what's happening with the EOC for U.S. history?
So I do believe that there are a few factors there. some have to do with the test and the way that the test, the questions are asked and how students respond. What I will say is that we had some of our students who were removed from STAR Alt 2, started taking STAR, and they met a passing standard on the U.S. history test. I know that the questions and how they ask the questions on the U.S. history test is vastly different from what you're seeing on English language arts and the responses that students have to write for that test. So I will just say that we did have students who performed on that assessment.
Okay. The word that I have not heard tonight is rigor. I know we're doing accommodations for kids with special needs. That doesn't mean that they don't need rigor, though. And I wonder if the curriculum input is providing sufficient rigor for the kids to perform when it comes to EOC time or comes to STAR time. And I wonder about, like the kids doing so well in U.S. history and then the dramatic drop off for English 1 and English 2. Like, how different could that be?
The cut scores are also different. The scores for meeting a passing standard for U.S. history are lower than those for the other subject areas.
Okay, that's an explanation. Okay.
I was looking at our principals and especially Ms. Parker, when you said rigor, I kind of sat up because that is, when you said I didn't hear rigor, it's like you want to, I don't even know the word I want to use because that's what we focus on so much. It's like, you want to meet me in the back? We'll talk about rigor. No, it's that important to us, and making sure that not only for the gen ed, but for the students that are, receiving special services. And so I'll let Ms. Parker talk a little bit about how we ensure that the students receiving special services still are engaged in the rigorous activities. And yes, we have the accommodations, but there is that nice blend of how do you accommodate and modify the work while you're keeping that rigor there. So I'll let
One of the things I can say this year that we did was we moved away from having our students being pulled out as much and the special design pull out, because what we saw was they needed to be exposed to the level of rigor that they're going to be tested on. And so my first couple of years, I was like, "What is going on with my SPED data, and why?" And they're probably some of them are some of the brightest kids on campus. And so I was trying to just dive deep into see, is it the curriculum, is it what we're doing? And I noticed it's what we're doing as the humans. It's not the curriculum, it's the human. And so we had to take a deep step back and realize, okay, as a human, what steps am I going to take to making sure they're exposed to this curriculum? And the test is rigorous. And so one of the things that we are doing, we pushing the instructional coaches inside the classroom. We're pushing the instructional aides inside the classroom, providing them that same level of rigor that they are going to be seeing on the test, and making sure that the curriculum is outlined and we're filling in those gaps where we need to, if we need to, because honestly, there's no perfect curriculum. I wish it was. I wish I could say, hey, I got the magic wand and this is the magic solution, but it's not a perfect curriculum anywhere out there. And so just making sure as a district, meeting with those people at the table and partnering with curriculum as the principals, saying, okay, this is where we see we need this at. And they're being flexible and working with us and making sure that we're putting those things in place so all students can learn. And I must say, I know we don't talk about projecting, but I was projected to be a B this year, and I do have one of the highest bid elementaries. And so I can say my kids are performing at that level of rigor where they need to be to master the STAR and be successful. And you talked about African American males. Mine are brilliant and amazing. And so we just had to take out time to step back and say, what do they need? And how can we reach them? And now, how do we provide them that level of rigor to make sure that they're achieving at the academic level as everyone else? I have one that probably scores at a 6th grade level, But I didn't know that my first year at Jenkins. But once I took out time, me and the special education team and his general teachers, and saw, oh, it's not that he doesn't know. It's just that we haven't provided him the resources that he needs. It's not the curriculum, it was the human. And so, I think that's the piece that a lot of times we miss, because the rigor is there. It's just how we're implementing that curriculum to make sure that we're meeting their needs.
And I'll speak real briefly, because Dr. Russell also taught me this when she was the principal at an elementary school. Strategic master scheduling is essential. And when your special education teachers, if they are going to pull students, that they're not pulling them in the middle of core instruction time, that they're pulling them at a different time. And I just remember that being a really big piece of what she did when she was at the elementary campus.
And the 90-minute PLC in elementary has definitely been a benefit, where we have that opportunity to collaborate and talk about student needs. I think before it was 45 minutes, and it wasn't enough time for teachers to truly dive in knowing what was the need. And by us having DOIs, you have to designate that time so they'll know, what am I looking for? Because they don't know. And so it allows us as the leaders to be inside those PLCs to identify what the needs are of those students and asking those questions and being the advocate for students who don't have a voice inside that PLC. So I think just being the human, the leader, being present and being in the work, and making sure we're the voice at the table for the students that does not have that voice at that table, and saying, are you focusing on this student? Okay, what does Johnny need? What does Mr. Adams need? Okay, I saw that he made this score. What is the data telling us? If the data says 49%, data is a story, that's a teacher problem. And so it's a teacher and how you're delivering that instruction, making sure you're scaffolding it throughout the process. And so that's one of the things that we focused in on, and we made sure we hit it hard, so when they go to middle school, they're ready. And I have confidence that my fifth graders will be ready when they go to middle school.
And I know one thing that kind of stood out, like Dr. Cuellar, Dr. Hinojosa, and I know Lim and Mr. Martinez, and they have us going through, for the Tier 3 schools, we're going through this training with Hutka, Huchka, and we get those invites from Dr. McKeithen, and we're going to that. And one of the things that the guy, and it's like those small things that push. I know I heard you say either Trustee Adams or President Durant about like turnover and can't keep training. And so they have us now really like having those really intimate moments, pushing us to have those intimate moments with our teachers to try to keep them in the work. And so we had like this homework assignment. And so I know with mine, I ended up meeting with one of my specific teachers that I decided to target. And one of the things she shared from a special ed standpoint, new teacher, DOI, and you're just so busy trying to get them with everything that there's so much that they're learning. And she was like, she told me, she said, I really don't know how to really read the IEPs. And she said, I'm trying to really service my kids, but I don't really know how to read them. And so I told her, I said, well, actually, I'll sit down with you and I'll show you how to do it. And it was their teacher work day. I said, you could do teacher work day where you invite me and I can come then, or we could do it after school, before school, or during your planning when you don't have a PLC. And she was like, I'd rather do the teacher work day. And I sat with her. We put the IEP up on the screen, and I took her through the different pages, told her what really didn't matter for her as a teacher. Yeah, it's informational, but so when they get those documents, that's another thing I think sometimes hurts, where they're not able to really fully understand. So the more they understand the needs of the kids, the better. So when we put all that work into training them, making sure we don't lose them, so we're not, because it's a repeating cycle. So I think that plays a role too with our data constantly going down, because once we train them up, but with Huchka,
Urban Schools Human Capital Academy.
yes, well, the two guys, they're great. I do really, I love the trainings with those two, but it really makes you just stop and think and make us stop and talk. And little things like, I just can't read that. So you're doing these trainings and you're doing the whole group. Teachers are sometimes just like the kids. They don't want to raise their hand and ask the question. So you say you've trained them, but then you really haven't if they don't understand it. So little stuff like that, the more we kind of drill down to that, I think that'll help as we even try to address rigor, you know, sometimes it's not even just the rigor or being an issue, it's them not understanding how to implement those accommodations while they're giving to what could be definitely for us. Carnegie and Amplify is a very rigorous curriculum, but how do I get it across to the special education students that have those gaps?
And just for clarification, the USHCA work stream, that's part of the grant that we received from Houston Endowment, the $500,000 grant to help us be a more strategic HR department. So one of the work streams is providing our principals with training for being a human capital leader. And so that is the training that this cohort is going through this year. So I know, to hear Dr. Russell phrase it, I know that means a lot, because I know it's difficult to pull principals off campus for a half day. But there's a series of training that's taking place this year, is funded from that Houston Endowment grant. And I'll just say this, as a former principal, going back to my days in high school, Mr. Adams, when you talk about the U.S. history test, one of the things to remember is that each test has a different cut score to pass. And so the U.S. history test has historically had one of the lowest cut scores for passing grade. So it's about 25 to 35% to pass that test. And so that may explain a little bit about one of the factors impacting with the scores.
And we're going to be expounding on USHCA, part of our Tier 3 development process for our leaders next week when we cover the BOY. So I also wanted to thank you for preempting that for next week's presentation, because we will do a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the professional development work we're doing with our Tier 3 leaders.
Just my last couple questions. I know we need to wrap up. Thank you all for just all of the data, the information, the insights, the hard work that you all are doing. I know, Dr. Russell, you mentioned some of the little things with the teachers needing to go to the IEPs, but really those are major things, especially if you are, it's one thing if you're DOI, you're ACP, even if you went to a four-year university, there's not a whole lot of time on special education. And so the instructional piece is really what I am most curious about. How are we supporting teachers? Like you said, Dr. LeBron, once that inclusion teacher leaves, the student still needs that support. So I just want, as we continue throughout the course of the year, just to hear from teachers how they are being supported, what their needs are, because it is a major load that teachers have on top of the quote unquote general education, their general education students as well. My last piece is, so Dr. LeBron, I know you're taking notes. I'll let you finish.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a note taker too. With you being new to the district and having fresh eyes, I'm just wondering, and you mentioned it, Ms. Parker, about the magic wand. Like, if you had a magic wand, or what is your vision for our Spring ISD special education program?
Okay, so thank you for the question. I want to make a little statement that I'm definitely not new to the district. I have been here for a little while. Alongside me, Rakina's a little newer, but she's been here as well, but new to this position, 100%.
Right.
Yes, yes. And so one of the things that I believe, and in all of my studies, is that every student makes progress every year. If we have students that are coming into our schools, we have to believe that each of them is going to make gains. They're going to make academic progress, they're going to make behavioral progress, they're going to make functional skill progress. Their progress is going to look different. So going back to that IEP and looking at how it's being developed, and is the development of that IEP actually meeting their needs so that they can not only access, but then make progress in their academics, in their achievement. And so when I first moved here, I moved into Spring. My kids grew up with friends here. My heart is in Spring. I believe in the students. I believe in every one of them. And I believe that we can move the needle with our students. I also believe in the staff. I believe in the administrators. I believe that our staff can learn what it takes to work with our students. Turning a ship takes time. And when we do start new, it takes longer. But I have to be very thankful to the team that works alongside me, to our specialists and coordinators that are in the audience, because it's their work going into the field each and every day and working with our teachers to build capacity so that we can make a difference in Spring ISD for our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. LeBron and Dr. Miller and our three principals, thank you so much for an excellent presentation.
Thank you. And Dr. Miller is correct.
Yes. All right. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Innovation and Student Success, Dr. Matthew Parasol.
Thank you, President Durant. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, as well as all of those with us here today. And to our board, you have a green folder in front of you that has the updated data. We're excited to bring this item forward, which is our instructional calendar. You heard a lot about the great work that's happening in special education and on our campuses. You know, while we're doing that work now and implementing those plans from last year and that continuous improvement process, we're also planning for next year at the same time. And so today, we have with us Dr. Eric Tingle. He is our Director of Strategic Innovation, and he is going to be presenting the work that a large group of stakeholders have worked on in bringing the recommendation for this year's, or for next year's instructional calendar.
Right. Good evening, President Durant, Dr. Hinojosa, Board of Trustees, Senior Leadership Team. Before I dive in, I would like to acknowledge the members in the audience that sat in on the calendar committee. So if you are part of the calendar committee or part of ACE, could you please stand and receive a round of applause? As you can see, we had multiple departments. They're not part of ACE, but they served as ad hoc committee members, so they can't vote, but they definitely was able to attend the meetings to chime in to give their feedback. And so we do that every year to make sure that each department is represented so that we can hear things that we may not hear from just members of the ACE committee. So we appreciate their service and their time. So looking at the instructional calendar, we know that the instructional calendar touches on all 6 of the priorities, right? So from the number of instructional minutes that we provide that affect student outcomes to the number of days we provide teachers for professional development that could affect well-being, we know that everything within this calendar encompasses what we do for our students every single day, so it covers all 6 of our strategic priorities within our strategic plan. So just wanted to touch on the process that we went through to get to these 2 calendar options that we presented to the community. First, we developed a subcommittee. So the members that you just saw, plus the teachers that were on ACE, met numerous evenings to develop 2 calendar options. We started with the 24-25 calendar that we currently have. That was our starting point, and we revamped from there. So once we got 2 options that we felt were really good, after multiple meetings, we took it to the Big ACE committee. So once the Big ACE committee met, they reviewed, they gave us feedback. We used a Menti form that we allowed them to vote, and we allowed them to put feedback into the Menti. Ironically, when we looked at that feedback, we revamped one of the calendar options that I'll talk about here in a little bit. So we went into the ACE committee thinking one calendar was going to win, and then we revamped based on feedback, and now you'll see the survey data from the community that another calendar actually won based on the feedback that we implemented from ACE and from Senior Leadership Team. So going around the circle, we take the calendar to Senior Leadership Team. We sent the survey out in early November to the community, and we are here now looking for the board to adopt one of the calendar options that we'll present tonight. So just some key considerations that we went into this process knowing that were important. One, teachers wanted more time on campuses in professional development before students return to school. So one of the things that teachers wanted is that when we start school, we don't want the students to start right the next day, right? We want time to set up our classrooms. We want time to be able to be with our principal. We want time to be able to be with our colleagues before the students actually return to school. So we made sure we incorporated that. Another key consideration is more work days. So you'll see on the calendar that we've implemented half PD, half work days into the calendar, and that was based on the feedback from the committee with the teachers wanting more time in their classrooms without PD, so we incorporated that. The fall break was a non-negotiable for all teachers, so we made sure we didn't even present a calendar without a fall break this year. In the years before, one of the options had a fall break, one of the options had kind of some differentiated days. We didn't even do that this time. Both calendar options have a full fall break in the calendar that you'll see. And then we wanted the students to be off for voting day, and then we started the additional early release days for high school. So we have 2 additional early release days in the calendars. So the committee wanted to keep those because we're using those for high school exams. And so we incorporated that into both calendar options as well. Some of the guidelines that we wanted to make sure that we incorporated, we have non-negotiables from the state that we have to implement. So whenever the committee members started to put their suggestions out there, or teachers wanted to ask questions about moving different days, we wanted to be clear about the things that we had to incorporate. So one, as a district of innovation, we are exempt from the starting on the 4th Monday of August. We're exempt from that. It's one of the Texas education codes that school districts are required to do. But as a district of innovation, we are exempt from that. So we were able to kind of play around with the start date. So we wanted to be clear about that. Also, the calendar must have 75,600 minutes. So anytime we start talking about students being off, or anytime we start talking about teachers being off, we want to make sure that students are coming to school with a certain amount of days to equal the 75,600 minutes. And so what I've done, I've outlined kind of where both of these calendars fall related to the instructional minutes. So we are at 76,600 minutes for pre-K-8, and then 76,320 minutes for high school. Again, the instructional minutes for high school are a little lower because of the additional early release days that we've added to support the final exams. That mirrors what we did for the 24-25 school year. Okay, so those minutes and how we're doing the waiver days mirrors what we're currently doing. Also, to clarify, our daily schedule is 440 minutes per day. So whenever we're comparing calendars for other districts, we know that we are operating on a 440-minute day, where some other districts might operate in more minutes for their day, or less minutes. And so that's why you'll see the variations for different districts. You know, some districts only have their kids coming to school 165 days. Well, that's because they might come more minutes a day than we do. And so we have to make sure that we are doing what's best for our student population based on the total required minutes that the state requires us to have. We're on 9-week grading cycles here, and then we clarify each year that our early release days are not half days, they're at 270 minutes. So whenever school leadership and the principals and the teams get together to develop those early release days, the mandatory requirement number of minutes is 270 for those days. So just some comparisons to both calendar options. They both maximize student instruction. I kind of spent some time talking about that. Both of the calendars equal the number of minutes that we need to have. We have embedded professional development days in both of those calendars, 2 early release days, one before the winter break, and then one at the end of the school year. And then we have 2 early release days for high school, one before the winter break, and then again one at the end of the school year. So both calendars encompass all of those things on the screen. So just some key features for Calendar A, some of the things that we've noted. We noted this to the community when we put the survey out. Calendar A mirrors the 24-25 school calendar. So it is essentially the same calendar we have now. We've revamped it a little bit with the dates, but it is essentially mirrors it. We have 2 half PD, half work days incorporated in the calendar, so that is a little bit new. It allows for a fall break for teachers and students. And then we have 2 campus advisory committee designated days, which are days that the school leadership team and the principals are going to get together to decide what those days look like. So we have put a request out recently to join the next principals meetings to kind of go over those days and to really get a strong committee together to form what those days look like. But we wanted to add those as an option so that those committee members can decide what those days look like to support campus instruction. Calendar B, some of the key features, it involves the calendar, it involves the fall break for students and teachers. It has one half PD, half work day, 2 of the campus advisory days. The students start a day earlier in Calendar B. One of the reasons that the students start earlier is because we want to provide intervention days. So that last bullet, you'll see that in the break for February, we've added 2 intervention days, which we're super excited about. When we spoke earlier about the revamp of Calendar B, that was part of the feedback. The original Calendar B did not win for the ACE committee because that week was a week off for students. We wanted to incorporate a winter break like some districts do in February, and teachers did not want to lose their kids. They didn't want to lose their kids in February. So they said, no, Calendar A wins. We don't want to have a week off in February. So we took that feedback and we said, what can we do during that week to be able to be effective where teachers felt like they could still be useful during that week and not have a week off for kids, all right? Because we've already had a fall break. So we incorporated intervention days. So once we incorporated those intervention days, what it's going to do is going to provide an opportunity for kids that need it to come to campuses, right? And so the kids that don't need the interventions, we spoke earlier about interventions, right? And so that's something innovative and something new that we'll do here in Spring ISD, those intervention days. So teachers will be able to use the MOY data, right, to be able to decide which students come during that February week, and the kids, the buildings will be full with students that need interventions for those 2 days. So we're excited about that, and so once we incorporated that into the feedback, then that calendar extremely won. So it completely changed. So overwhelmingly, Calendar B is winning in all categories. And that is the strategic difference between Calendar A and B, is those intervention days. And you'll see that whenever you look at the 2 calendars. Just our survey participation, out of the 5,286 participants that we had, the large majority of those participants were our parents and guardians, which we are excited about. We're excited parents came out and was able to support the process. We did have a large number of non-instructional staff that voted as well, and you can see the breakdown of the numbers of everyone else, of all the different categories. Excuse me. We have the survey results broken down here, and what we did was we broke it down so that you can see out of each category, what did they vote? Did they vote for Calendar A or Calendar B? And so Calendar A is in your blue, and then Calendar B is in your orange, and you can see we have the numbers and the percentages for each category, and at an overwhelming response, each category voted for Calendar B. And lastly, we have it broken down so that you can see first staff versus community. That first bar graph, it looks like it's an overwhelming amount that scored, that participated more in community, but it's just the way that we broke down the survey. And so it's really 49% and 51%. So the way we stretched it out, it looks like it's way more community than staff, but it's 49 and 51. And so that's the percentage broken down by that. And then we see the survey results for total responses. So if you look at the 2 bar graphs, you see that 34% chose Calendar A, and then 66% of the respondents chose Calendar B. And so with everything considered, looking at both calendars, taking the feedback into consideration, listening to the committee, we recommend that the Spring ISD Board of Trustees adopt Calendar B for the 2025-2026 school year. And so thank you for this opportunity, and look forward to answering any questions you all may have.
Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Single.
Hearing none, I just want to.
I was like, wait a
Already
minute.
said here.
I do have a couple questions before we jump into our selection for the intervention days. How will we determine who stays and who doesn't come to school?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So one of the things we're going to use is the MOY data. So every grade level, every campus will have MOY data. And so every year we have our State of the Schools presentations where we gather the data for Circle, for M-Class, for MAP, and we take all that data and we kind of shuffle it up. We have it broken down by campus. We have it broken down by theater. And so we have the students that score at a certain level at that MOY data, and the campuses will be able to use that data to determine interventions. Now, interventions are required on every campus, and it's going to look different on some campuses, right? So you're gonna have some campuses that students score at a certain level, and the majority of the students are gonna be at that level, right? And then you got some campuses where the majority of the students are gonna be at another level. So we're gonna be able to ask the campuses to use that data and do what's best for their community. What we don't want is a school-wide intervention where all kids are still coming to school. So it's gonna look a little different on each campus based on how kids score on the data, but what we want is a subset of kids to be on those campuses for those days so that teachers have that time to focus on just those kids.
I'm just thinking of the equity factor across the district. If, you know, this campus is keeping kids who are failing on their report card grade versus this campus is keeping kids who, you know, you're looking at the MOI map, you know, just making sure that it's a standard. It's across the districts.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we requested to be on the principal's meeting agenda so that we can go over that, so that when as we're planning for those days, everybody can be on the same page. And we definitely want to use MOI data to do that.
And my only other concern with that is that looking at the survey participation, there's 17.5% instructional staff, and they're the ones that are going to be doing the intervention. So it seems like teachers were underrepresented in that decision.
You mean as like voting participants or like choosing calendar B?
The survey participation itself, like only 17% were teachers, and they're the ones that are going to be on campus doing the intervention.
Yeah.
I mean, if this is what the committee says, I'm just noting, you know.
Yeah, I don't, so I compared to the data from last year as well, just to kind of look at those numbers to see how far off we were. And the percentage of teachers that voted is pretty similar. It's not too far off. And so, you know, just to put that out there as well. And so, you know, we didn't have an overwhelming amount of teachers that did not vote this time that did vote last time. So that percentage is not too far off. We did have a bigger percentage of parents that vote, and that's kind of what we saw last year as well. I think a lot of times when you look at the calendar, and to be completely transparent, last year, looking at the two calendars, there was more effort for me to vote, if you will, because there was a fall break involved. And that's the feedback that we got from the committee. This year, because there were both calendars had fall breaks for teachers, that's the feedback that we got. And so the numbers don't surprise me that they're a little lower this year, because regardless of which calendar won, I was going to get the fall break. And so that's just some feedback that we got from the committee. And so when I looked at the numbers, I was like, they're a little different. But when you look at the two calendars, they're different. What we presented last year, I have to go ahead and present. My own son told me that when he was voting. You know, do we get a fall break for both calendars? He didn't care which one won, right? And so because he got a fall break in both calendars, I made him vote anyway. But that is the difference when looking at the committee and talking to the committee. We put two calendars out there that really have teachers off, you know, on those days, and that was one of the main drivers. I think the intervention days, it kind of sold it. If you think about it, the calendar B was actually losing at first. It actually was not winning at all. But adding of the intervention days actually changed the trajectory of everybody's thought, and actually it's now winning. So to your point, yes, we did have a lower number of teachers to vote, but they all voted for calendar B, if you look at it, based on what they were doing before. Based on before, we had over 90% voting for calendar A. It wasn't even an option for calendar B. So once we changed it and added those intervention days, all of a sudden every category is now voting for calendar B because of the idea of bringing just a smaller number of kids in. It's new, it's innovative, it's something we're still working out, but we want to do it right. We want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to do it. We were very clear that everybody needs to do intervention. This is not a star intervention thing. The committee was very clear. If I'm a pre-K teacher, can I do intervention? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We have exams, we have things that we measure in pre-K, and we want to make sure those kids are kindergarten ready. So every grade level, every campus is doing interventions. So I understand your point, I do, but I think that ultimately, once we changed it, it's more exciting now that those intervention days are added.
And Trustee McDaniel, I know that when you're looking at the numbers, it seems that percentage-wise, it's about a little bit under 1,000 total votes from our teachers out of the 2,300. So it's a large group of teachers, and also the original B version, they weren't days off for teachers; they were professional development days. And what the ACE committee shared, with the teachers in that shared, was that they felt like, to what Dr. Tingle said, like they didn't want to lose their kids for a whole week so they could have professional development, and said, hey, how could we have more time leading up to STAR to intervene? And so that's where that was, we were able to adjust it based on that committee feedback.
Okay.
So they weren't days off, and then now they're not getting those days off. It was just now it's opportunity to intervene for those kids, and it's every teacher, as what Dr. Tingle said. So even if you're not a reading or math teacher, it's everyone at the campus working together to provide intervention to these, this bottom quadrant based on MOY, and being able to do small group interventions and really have some fun and meaningful intervention activities for our students. So that's going to be the drive as we present to principals about how do we make those like STAR camps kind of, where there's fun activities and you're still covering content, so that it gets those students to come in, that get to be a part of these great days.
I look forward to seeing what happens during intervention week. I just wanted to note that. And that is a good point, that it is a small percentage of the survey, but it does represent almost half of teachers. So, and the last piece of feedback that I've heard is, can we keep the calendar how it is once we approve it? Was it last year we approved it and then came at the beginning of the year and made a change? And so they're like, if we're gonna vote for it, then we need to keep it the way it is. So, just putting that out there for the
Trustee
body.
Adams?
That's good feedback. I'm surprised that the kids went for it, and they went for it more than all the adults did. In my house, where there's more than one kid that'll have to participate, and there might be one that has to go for intervention and one that doesn't. I wonder how that plays out in other households. The other notion I had is that like this is an opportunity to sort of use fully participating in the middle of the year assessment. Like, I know some kids kind of just blow it off and don't take it seriously, and if you can dangle the carrot that if you take this seriously and do your best, you have these 2 days off. That might be a big selling point. I know in my house that'd be a big selling point for kids to actually not sort of schlep through the test and so.
Apply themselves more. Dr. Jensen?
I have a slightly different comment, and that is, I know from science AP tests that the year is so crammed with everything they need to prepare for. I think these intervention days would be an ideal time for a AP camp to prepare for those exams. So don't forget the high-performing kids, too, who need to have extra time to really show their stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
And this will definitely be an opportunity. I think one of the most important point that the teachers made, they just didn't want to give up their kids in the spring. They want rest time, but they didn't want to give up their kids. So I thought that was, that spoke to the focus of the teachers. And this way, I think they'll have the opportunity to be very direct and intentional and be able to show growth. And at the end of the day, I know, especially when we're looking at the high school and, the high-performing kids, this will be an opportunity for our kids to, have that extra attention, drive growth, and ultimately for the teachers, show growth and touch their TIA incentive. So this is just something new for us. We attempted to do this right after the pandemic, and we could not get the staff to buy in. And this time, it was totally driven by the teachers.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the presentation.
So this will be on Tuesdays.
Tuesday's agenda for a vote, right. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm really trying to move us along, but it's a lot of questions tonight. I am going to take a few minutes and allow everyone a break at this point. If we could come back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. For our next item, I'd like to again recognize our Chief of Communications, Shane Schubert.
Thank you, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Ina Host, administration, and remaining audience. We're super excited to present this year's results from the Spring ISD Community Engagement Survey. Mr. King, you want to, there you go, make sure this works. Yes, okay, great. All right, the purpose of this survey is to measure our employees' engagement with Spring ISD as a whole, and specifically their roles in Spring ISD. There are several factors that drive engagement, and tonight we're going to take a deep dive into those factors. The three goals of this survey are to measure employee engagement, classify employees as highly engaged, engaged, or less engaged, identify areas where engagement can be improved. This was an anonymous survey that ran approximately 2 weeks in October and November, with reminders sent to staff throughout that timeline. There are two parts to this survey. Tonight we're going to show the overall engagement of our staff. Then we're going to take a deep dive into the 7 specific drivers that drive engagement, which are strategic planning, district leadership, school department leadership, communications, work environment, feedback and recognition, and career growth and training opportunities. So beginning with our overall engagement. We're consistently maintaining our percentages across the board with overall engagement. The green bar represents this year's survey, blue being last year's survey, and orange being data from the 22-23 school year. Our highest rating was in I am engaged in my work with 92%, and my work is interesting at 89%. We do have some opportunities in the area of professional growth and morale, and we'll take a deeper dive into those areas as we go throughout the drivers. Continuing with the overall engagement, this is an average of all of our engagement drivers. As you can see, 77% of our staff is either engaged or highly engaged this year. Now moving on to those 7 engagement drivers. Beginning with strategic planning. We're super excited to showcase that 87% of our employees are familiar with our vision, mission, guiding principles, core values, and leadership definition. 80% of our staff say that our strategic plan goals are clearly defined. We do have an opportunity for growth, and I can provide input on how Spring ISD accomplishes its goals, which is sitting at 55%. Continuing with the strategic planning and comparing this driver over time, we remained relatively the same as the prior 2 years on these data points, with a slight gain on familiarity and support and a slight reduction in direction and providing input. Moving on to district leadership, our next driver. We see positive results across the board. You'll notice an increase in neither disagree or agree. That gray area indicates when a teacher, for example, takes the survey, they cannot necessarily give input on, say, an assistant superintendent. And so you'll see an increase in the gray area here. But they can report on their direct reports. Here is our district leadership comparison over time. We've continued to maintain our percentages over time with roughly a 3% variance in each statement. Our highest rated area is district leaders promote a positive district-wide work culture, sitting at 56%. Now we're going to drill down into the campus and department level leadership in this driver. You can see we have an excellent results with percentages as high as 76% of staff saying their principal or direct supervisor is an effective leader. 75% of staff say they can count on their principals or direct supervisor's support. And 75% say they trust their principal or direct supervisor. These are great results that reflect the incredible leadership at our campuses and our departments.
Can you hold on a minute?
Sure. You go back to that one?
I'm still on slide 12.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and ask your question? We can stop along the way.
No, keep going. It's 49 and 50% on district leadership is not good. Keep going.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, you want to start off on the 14? Okay, and here's a comparison over the past 3 years regarding school department leadership. As you can see, we've maintained these high percentages as well. Move on to communications. You can see we continue to score high in our leaders' ability to communicate with staff, with our highest area being my leader clearly communicates their expectations of my job performance, which is sitting at 81%. And comparison over time, looking at communication driver over the past 3 years, you can see we've maintained consistently high in these areas with a steady increase in I can influence decisions at my school or department, rising up to 63%. Moving on to the work environment. You can see we score high in almost every area in this category, with my colleagues promote a positive work environment rated at 76%. We do have an opportunity to improve overall morale. Now, I do want to say that this is the first year that we did not get a retention stipend. We also had, our teachers have not had raises in 2 years as well. We've gone through staff reductions, and there's no doubt that the narrative at the state level is having an impact on overall morale across the state of Texas. Looking at the work environment comparison over time, again, you'll notice we maintain consistently high percentages across the board, with the exception of the district-wide staff morale. Moving on to feedback and recognition. You can see we've scored very high in this category, with my principal director gives me constructive feedback to improve my performance, scoring the highest at 74%. And here's our data over the past 3 years. You can see we're showing gains in gives constructive feedback, which went from 69% to 74%. And this is our last engagement driver, career growth and training opportunities. No surprise here, as you can see, overall, our staff are encouraged to continue their drive in professional growth, with our highest rating being my leader encourages continued education and professional growth, sitting at 76%. And looking at our comparison over the past 3 years, you can see we maintain our percentages in this category, with a slight increase in encouraging employee growth and a slight decline in leadership opportunities. As I wrap up, I'm going to show some participation data from this year's survey. Our response rate is still extremely high, with well over half of our staff participating in this year's survey. I did ask K-12 if they were seeing this dip. We did dip from 74 to 59%. If they were seeing this across the nation, they did remind me that we were still way above our peers across the state, but they believe that due to all the election messages that people were getting, which was competing, that they were probably seeing people were just getting fatigued with reminders about taking surveys, and so, but they did see a dip across the nation with their surveys, survey participation. But we still had an incredible rate of 59%. Okay, moving on to the breakdown of survey participants and years of experience in service. Half of the participants in this year's survey were teachers. 32% of our participants have more than 10 years of experience. And you can see the breakdown there. Okay, here's a department breakdown with teachers continuing to represent the highest percentage of participants. And here's a brief summary, some highlights from the survey. I do want to point out a few of these. 92% of participating employees strongly agreed they are engaged in their work. Another highlight, 89% find their work interesting. 77% of participants were highly engaged or engaged. And lastly, again, our staff are familiar with the vision, mission, guiding principles, and core values of leadership definition, which was sitting at 87%. I do want to thank K-12 for conducting the survey again this year. This is, I believe, their third year that they've conducted this survey with us. But more importantly, I want to give a huge shout out to our principals that are still in the audience and our assistant principals who really pushed this survey to make sure. Let's give them a round of applause. A lot of work reminding their staff about the importance of taking the survey. I want to thank our trustees for your attention this evening, and welcome to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Adams?
Excuse me. You go back to slide 23.
The participation?
Yes.
Right here? Yes.
So, to my mind, there's an omission here, and it's probably because I'm sort of anal retentive, but a better comparison would be the 2020 data. If we're going to say that the reason the participation is lower because of the election, which is probably a legitimate reason, then what we should be comparing, or what should it be up there, is the 2020 data that we got from K-12 Insight, so that we can see if that is what the trend is.
Sure.
And that's my thinking on any data that you all present to me. Like, I want to compare apples to apples. So just something like for future when you present that data. Because my knee-jerk reaction to this is the lesser participation rate means that there's lesser engagement. Showing the 2020 data might explain that.
If voting was a factor, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Did
and
we
then
do
I
this in 2020? Did we?
been doing it since I've been on the board.
Okay, all right.
So,
We've been doing this since I've been on
Before I got
the
here,
board.
okay.
so just like whenever we're presenting data, whether it's this or student data, something to sort of keep in the back of your mind is I'm going to be thinking, I was the one that started talking about longitudinal data, which like I need to see that, but then when I do a comparison, I'm looking for those points of comparison that tell us what the trend is saying as much as possible.
Excellent point. Thank you.
In principle, I agree with you. In fact, I'd like to see all the years we've had them taking our data. However, 2020 was the pandemic, and it's gonna you're gonna have another factor in there that's may affect it. But I agree with you in principle.
I just want to applaud our principals. It looks like for the school department leadership section, it was mostly favorable, strongly agreed about over 70% for each category. So kudos to all of the hard work our principals are doing. Something else, because I think we'll probably get to it. I remember when K-12 Insights came, I believe last year, she mentioned how the data is usually more favorable the closer the participant is to the position. So just naming that.
Thank you, Ms. McDaniel. I know we didn't have K-12 come. I know that's always one of the things that they present to us and they alert us. I know when we reviewed the data with them, that was the first thing they reminded us, because of course we want to be the best in all areas. And so when you look at the district leadership, it's not as high as you would find when you're looking at principal and department leads, right? And so what they explained to us is exactly what you just said, is that the closer the people are to their immediate supervisor, the more favorable that they will respond. What you will also see is the gray. And gray is, what they explained to us is gray is not necessarily bad. You'll see less gray when you look at your school and department leadership. You'll see teeny tiny. You'll see bigger grays when you look at the district leadership. And what they explained to us is that a lot of people will choose the gray because they're not really impacted by the district. They're really impacted by their immediate department head or their immediate principal or assistant principal. So you'll see that the grays in district leadership, they're in the 20s, where in the school and department, they're in the teens.
That's why I've always thought this data would be more telling if it was broken down by roles, so that you could see the direct correlation between their leadership and who's taking it. Because for that very reason, it can be a bit skewed.
Well, so the other thing that is of note when you compare district leadership to school department leadership is that the amount of disagree and strongly disagree is significant. So you're right, there is more gray there, but there's also more of the other one. And I think we want to look at this, again, in the spirit of continuous improvement. I consider myself part of district leadership. And our operating principle going into Lone Star government is, in order for student outcomes to improve, adult behaviors have to change. And the second part of that, the part I think is most important, is the first adult behavior that has to change is my adult behavior. So I want to look at this for what we could be doing to improve engagement amongst our people.
That's the slide 12 went out, yeah.
Yeah.
I just marked it because I want to take a deeper dive into that data.
K-12 will be presenting to the principals in the January principals meeting, reflecting on the data and giving them advice on next steps on how to use the data to drive change at the campus.
Yeah, I think the sentiment that I see here sort of played out in our Vader election. And I might be overthinking this, but I kept hearing sort of directed at the district as a whole that people didn't feel well enough informed, well enough educated. I think we do have to take a hard look at ourselves. There's some room for us to improve, in that deeper dive might reveal that that isn't an issue, but I think we have to take the deeper dive.
And to that end, I noted that some of the lowest areas where I can provide input on how Spring ISD accomplishes its goals was 56% agree. I can influence decisions at my school or department. Those have been in the 50s and low 60s. And then, of course, the morale. So, to your point, Trustee Adams, some of that reflection on what we can do to bring students, teachers, staff voices into play with our work.
Those are the three I flagged. So we're on the same page. Thank you. Any other questions? For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Innovation and Student Success, Dr. Matthew Parasol.
believe there was one more presentation from academics and school leadership.
Okay.
Yes, you should have. Dr. Cuellar should be next. Yep, this is Dr. Cuellar, and Westfield High School
Yes.
will be coming, so Dr. Cuellar.
Thank you so much, Board President, esteemed members of the board, and superintendents. At this time, we're really excited to have and being joined by our amazing principal of Westfield High School, Ms. Laura Hunter, who will be joining us up front. To go ahead and take the board and the public through an overview and presentation about specifically drilling into master schedule, but also talking and responding specific to performing and visual arts to a specific section of PVA at Westfield High School. So without further ado, I will go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Hunter to take us through her presentation.
Thank you, and good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to present this evening as we talk about the master schedule at Westfield High School. So, as you know, creating a master schedule is not a solitary endeavor. It takes multiple people. And this slide shows the required people it takes to do a master schedule. But at Westfield, we go a little bit further, and we have all of our department chairs give input if they're not one of these representatives. And they look at when conference periods should be, who should teach certain classes, whether it be SPED, whether it be upper level classes, and who would be the best fit at what grade level. So we give everyone an opportunity to contribute to the master schedule along with all of these representatives. All of them at some point will give us how they want the schedule to look for their department or their certain area. But we always give them the disclaimer that we're going to try our best to put the master schedule together as you've given it to us, but remember, it's a puzzle piece. And so we have to put a whole big puzzle together just using your individual groups. And as you see, this is our board that we use, and it truly is a puzzle. It's different colors, it has teachers' names on it, it has the subjects, and it's not just this board that we use Google Docs, multiple things to look at the master schedule and then try to look at any conflicts that we may have. So this is just a small part of it. Master schedule really begins for the next school year in January. It's a continual process because even once we finish on paper, finish on the board, we put it in the system. The system then, once we load students, will give us where there are conflicts that we may have not been able to detect with the human eye. So it's a continual process that goes on. Even right now, we're making sure that the master schedule looks good for when the students come back to in the spring after the holidays, and see if we need to make any adjustments. So there are a lot of things that you have to consider when you're putting a master schedule together. First of all, in the spring, our students are putting in their requests for their courses. So that's one thing, how many students request a certain course. You're also looking at your teacher to student ratio. We were really impacted with that because, as you know, with budget cuts, we did have to cut staff last year. So we really have to look at our ratio, but you also have to consider our ratio maybe 1 to 35, 1 to 40 in gen ed classes, but when you look at specialty classes, pathways, some of those can only seat 25 students or 15 students based on that specialty course. So there are a lot of things that you have to look at when you're looking at the teacher-student ratio. What are our teachers certified in? What are the required courses that all of our students need for their graduation plan? Conference periods. With our EOCs, we have to look at where we're going to put PLCs at. best practice when you're looking at creating a master schedule is to look at your SPED and place your SPED courses, place your GT courses, your AP courses, because those are the courses that you're not going to have as many because they're a specialized group. You may just need 2 sections of a course, but you also want to make sure that that student that's taking all AP courses has an opportunity to take those courses and there's no conflict. I can't offer AP English, AP US History at the same period because I want that student to be able to take both of those courses if that's a part of their schedule. Also have to look at PVA athletics, where are those going to be placed. You have your bell schedule, your rooms, and then of course we have our acceleration that we have to make sure is also a part of our schedule. When specifically looking at choir, we had a spreadsheet with students that requested choir. The students that are in white had no problem fitting the choir into their schedule. Those that are highlighted in yellow, there were some conflicts. Asked the students, we could change some things around to get what they needed. Those in red, it was not possible for them to have choir on their schedule, and it could have been various reasons. It could have been because of the required courses they needed. We may have had to put them in a credit recovery class. It could have been the student's choice not to be in choir anymore. So there's different factors that could have caused them not to be able to put it in their schedule. So overall, we had 192 choir students that put in a request to be in choir this school year. 151 of those students enrolled at Westfield for the 2024-2025 school year. 66, as we talked about, had conflicts for different reasons. Graduation requirements, personal graduation plans, their pathway. They may have wanted dual credit courses, or they could have requested other electives, which is always a possibility with teenagers. They change their minds about some things, and we respect that. So 85 students of those that requested choir are enrolled in choir, and it's 56% of those that requested it. So this slide shows the current schedule of our choir teachers, and right now they are actually co-teaching all of their sections. And so that is another thing we've talked about with them, is looking at flipping the schedule possibly for next year where they're not co-teaching. We have more individual teaching so that we can offer different sections at different times, so more students would have the opportunity to go into choir. So that is something that we're looking at, so that they're not off the same conference period. They don't have the same recruitment period at middle school. Possibly giving one a recruitment period in the morning, one a recruitment period in the afternoon. Same thing with conference periods, so we can have those different choirs offered. We also talked to them about utilizing after school more. We don't want to kill the program. We want the program to grow, and it's just like black band or theater. If the students can't fit into their class during the day, we can also utilize after school. Okay, and this just shows where their required conference period is, that they're both off 7th period, and then 8th period is their recruitment period for middle school. So this is just an example of one choir student. The request was for him to be in a double choir class, 3rd and 4th period. And when you look at his schedule, he wasn't able to be in the choir 4th period because he has an AP English class that period. Also, you have to look at his CTE pathway. It's a double block class, so that takes up 2 periods. That has to be in his schedule. Everything in his schedule he needs to graduate. The only thing he does not need to graduate, he requested early dismissal. So of course we have some seniors that will request early dismissal because they may have jobs that they go to after school, or they may have other obligations at home. And we always get the parent's signature and approval for them to have early dismissal. So this particular student, yes, we would have liked to double book him in or double block him in the choir, but it was just not a possibility with what he needed to graduate and then what his request was for early dismissal. Okay, our goal at Westfield is to support all our students and make sure that the schedule is aligned to their needs. In a perfect world, I wish that we could offer every course that we have, every period. We just don't have that capability because of, we have to look at staffing, we have to look at what the course requests are and what we need for our students. The needs of the students and what they have to graduate always take precedence. But we're going to continue to work with our teachers, work with our team to make sure that our programs grow. I'm a fine arts person. A lot of people don't know I play the violin, I play the piano. So I love fine arts, and I think it's a wonderful avenue for our students. So whatever we need to do to make sure we grow our programs, we will do that at Westfield. Thank you.
So, I might be recalling this wrong, but I don't think so. My recollection is, and what I don't see here is the factor, the new scheduling protocol with ABL, whether that played any impact on that. What I understood was adopting that protocol would allow us to have more choices for students. And the other thing, and maybe that was the first thing was that it was going to allow us to save money on payroll, right? So it was a two-pronged thing that we were doing. So I don't see that here, and that's kind of what my question is, whether ABL and using that protocol was a factor in us having more students who could not access PVA program. Anybody?
So with that program, I think I mentioned we lost staff.
Right.
So close to 13 staff members we cut, including one choir position. So we were affected across the board. And when I talked about when you're looking at teacher to student ratio, that you also have to take in consideration, like I stated, there are some classes that you cannot have 35 or 40 students in. So when you're looking at a master schedule, if I just say first period, and I have a population of 2,300 students, first period I have to make sure with all the courses that I have offered that I have 2,300 seats at least. Really, I probably want a cushion of about 2,500 seats so that I can rotate. So my gen ed classes, yeah, I can put that 35 or 40 ratio. But then I look at a CTE pathway course that I have, let's just say a barbering course, where I can only have 20 kids. So somewhere I have to make up that 15 or 20 kids and put them somewhere so I have those seats of 23 to 2,500 available. So when looking at that report and you're cutting teachers, it's a lot of moving pieces. And thank you. You're looking at equity.
So how do we assess the value or the effectiveness of the ABL program?
So I'm just gonna be honest with you. When I go to gen ed classes and I have teachers that have 40 kids. First period, I go to a geometry class and there's 40 students. And that teacher is teaching, they have the class handled. But then I go to another class where there's only 20 in there because that's all that can seat. I'm looking at, I need another gen ed teacher that period so I can alleviate some of that in that geometry class. Because ultimately, you want your gen ed classes a little bit smaller so that we can focus on first time instruction. But when you look at cutting, and we cut teachers across the board based on the report and based on other things, and then you also have to look at, I was staffed for one number, but I'm over 100 over that projection. Okay, so that's another thing. I'm staffed for one number, but my projection was higher, so I still have to fit those students in, and we're still enrolling students. So all of that is just a lot of moving pieces. So to me, that's one way that you can evaluate the effectiveness of it, is just looking at, let's look at our gen ed classes compared to those specialized classes, and how much did they consider those specialized classes that don't fit that teacher to student ratio? How much was that figured into that study when we looked at that?
I guess the difficulty I'm having is when we were evaluating and deciding whether we were going to implement that program, my recollection, anybody correct me if I don't have this right, is there were sort of 3 different menu options for what we could do. There was like an extreme one that was going to cut more folks, and there was one that would cut fewer
We went
folks.
with the
I think
moderate. We went with the
middle,
moderate.
right.
You're correct.
And so I don't recall during that discussion that there would be issues, and it might just be my recollection that there would be issues with this sort of thing. My recollection was that we were choosing an option that was going to allow us to have more choices. And to my mind, it would have been good to hear, and somebody correct me if we didn't hear this, that if we get over enrolled, that's gonna throw everything out of trim, or if we have fewer teachers than what we thought we were gonna have. I just don't recall that there was a discussion about how this was gonna impact.
Differentiators.
In the student choices.
I'm going to jump in here because I want to address one. I appreciate you bringing a response to the last meeting. I appreciate that. And I want to thank you for that. And if I can just kind of speak to it a minute, it looks like we've got teachers that want to co-teach at the same time together, which makes it difficult in the master schedule. And then the unwillingness to teach after school. If I'm hearing that incorrectly, correct me.
I don't think there's an unwillingness. I think it's just, we have to do more of it just so we can make sure we maintain and grow our numbers. So I would not say it's an
Thank you.
unwillingness.
All right, so make sure I was clear. Right, so I think what the board's real ask was, not necessarily a response to that one choir circumstance that we heard about. We were really trying to understand how effective the ABL was, right? Because we understood that it would give more opportunity, especially from a PVA perspective for our kids to be able to participate in more. And it kind of looks like it's maybe had the opposite effect. We're really just trying to understand. I think that was what the real question was. We're trying to understand what we didn't get right, or how it worked, what's not working. Are there changes? Do we need to pivot? Are there things we need to do different? And so we're really just trying to understand. I think that was
You
the
said that
ask.
better than I did.
I think that was the ask for tonight's agenda. So we appreciate your response. But I think we're just really trying to understand what happened, where we are, and really no pointing fingers or anything. That's like, we're all in this together. We want to know how we fix it, right? We just want to get to a solution.
President Durant, yes, I think that is the core question in terms of what is the purpose of ABL. We did hear it from the presentation as well, was to create some more equitable opportunities for our students, but also looking at specifically our teacher to student ratios. ABL was able to surface opportunities that we were able to maximize more of our content or more of our core classrooms and various programs. To be able then to shed some of the excess that we had. That was one of the core rationales for bringing ABL in. The other piece of this too, a lot of this is also rooted in our projections. So when we do have our campuses that are not meeting projections, we know naturally we have to look for areas where we're going to have to end up making some adjustments with staff. Also, the other thing too, as well as we've always allowed our principals the autonomy to make the best fitted decisions at their campuses, where some of these adjustments and some of these cuts will also take place. Being a comprehensive high school principal is very difficult. You're having to navigate a master schedule that can have upwards to more than 100 courses being offered. And having to then dissect that, looking at, what is going to yield the most impact. And so to Principal Hunter's response is really looking at our core classrooms in the sense of where can we maximize the space in our core classrooms that are going to allow smaller ratios for our students to receive math, English, history, and science at a nominal ratio. Again, I want to also overemphasize the importance of PVA and, and all of the programming that we do have in our campus, but also allowing the principals the autonomy to be able then to make those decisions, prioritize, where those adjustments have to be made, is something that we have allowed. Now, one of the things too, President Durant, is also thinking through, when we look forward to the master scheduling process or even forward projecting for staffing is, maybe forward looking at some guardrails. Is that we can look at some things that we can go through an approach where we are looking at guardrails to where, maybe that there's a threshold here that we don't want to, exceed or so forth. But again, that's typically not been our process. We've always allowed our principals and school-based teams the autonomy to make some of those decisions at the campus-based level, one making adjustments to our staffing and to our schedule.
Can I ask, I was just gonna ask, Ms. Walker and, Dr. Clark, are we seeing similar circumstances across high schools and across PVA programs?
There's going to be, with any program that we have, there's going to be an impact. I think what Ms. Hunter and Mr. Reynolds and the other principals have done is, like I heard Dr. Cuellar, Dr. Pariseau, and even Board Member Adams say, the idea is to make sure that it's equitable, and sometimes equity is not equal. And so you do have to look at the situation like your courses each period, and like Ms. Hunter said, you're going to have to make a decision, and unfortunately, coming from a PVA school, you do have to have critical conversations with students and parents, and they have to be prepared to make those decisions for their future. And we do not want them to have to decide, but what we did do was establish equity. I met with Dr. Clark, I met with Ms. Williams. We sat down before we even made decisions regarding where we were going to go with the study and how, we were going to move forward. And what we decided is position amounts so that not one area was impacted too drastically. Not that the intent was to impact it drastically, but we wanted to make sure that we were equitable when considering if a campus had to lose staff. And I do know that, Westfield lost more staff because of enrollment numbers, right? We did do the moderate, as we talked about, and that did impact. And then we saw an uptick because of our community with our students enrolling. So all of those factors do matter. I've had a direct hand in building a master schedule, and it is truly a puzzle piece, and it's continuous. As you get more students enrolled, you have to go back and revisit it. And so this might not be the last conversation as it relates to a master schedule. And we would love to make every, opportunity the best opportunity for students, but we do have to, just like the students have to make that decision, the leader has to do that as well. And, I think the more we can involve individuals into that conversation, the easier it is for everyone to understand, which is what I do believe that we attempted to do prior to even allowing the principals to have that autonomy. We sat down as a team collectively and determined what would be best decisions for the high schools, because we knew that we would have to make some decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And to answer your question, thank you, Trustee McDaniel. Yes, this is a common trend, and it's not. And I really appreciate the presentation by Ms. Hunter, which is great. But it's not just the Westfield Choir, and we are seeing it track in other programs. But to Madam President Durant's question too, we do not wish to take away the autonomy of any principal for any campus. In fact, me and Ms. Hunter get along very well, and when we get into this process, when we're talking about the master scheduling, I think it's the time of year that we work on the master schedule together. When we have that master scheduling process, how we can support the campus and how we can support the principal in their autonomy, I think that's crucial. And I think if we're brought in earlier, and I'm not speaking for athletics, but PBA and athletics together, if we're brought into that conversation much earlier and intentional and say, hey, did you think about this? Did you think about we need bus drivers in the last period of the day here. We need to make sure that we target this, just so we're in those conversations. So it's not necessarily a autonomy conversation. It's bringing us in as support a lot earlier in that master scheduling process. But I do want to be very clear, yes, this is not just a Westfield Choir situation. We're tracking this, and we do track these numbers across the district.
Thank you.
And I would be curious to hear from athletics as well, if they've had the impact as well.
He happens to be here.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I do want to just chime in, go and take us
Please,
back
I'm sorry.
to last spring. So as you remember, there were 3 models that were recommended that were presented that night, and the recommendation was the lower model because of these specific pain points. However, we did adopt the moderate that night. But the reason for the lower model being the recommendation was because we needed more time to implement the optimization part of ABL, to work with our campus and our master schedules. And so, that's why that recommendation was made, so that we just needed more time. So these weren't, when we went with the moderate, this were the expected pain points because we didn't have the time to do the optimization.
So how did we get away from your recommendation? We usually go with your recommendation.
That's useful to know, though. That's useful.
So that's us. Huh?
And piggybacking on what Dr. King shared, that, we were in the budget deficit. We had $30 million that we had to identify. Cutting positions isn't ever going to create more opportunities. The ABLE study looked at all of those factors, if you remember it: instructional minutes, the blocking of schools, the periods, the number of sections that were offered, all of those factors. And what the ABLE study showed is that we had opportunity, as Dr. King shared, to optimize, to save up to $12 million to hit our ratios. And when we looked at getting rid of, because the middle school and high schools last year had been on block or modified blocks, and so that by removing those, that allowed for more opportunities, and that utilizing a student first model, which is what our schools, and it's been part of the master scheduling process, using that student first and identifying where those requests are to drive the master schedule design versus using staff first, and then saying here are my blocks to plug in, so that we could create this optimization to save money, to address our budget deficits, but at the same time create more opportunities by being very strategic in where those sections were, as well as getting rid of the block schedules.
Because if I recall, we were only going to see an increase of a few students. And how do we get to 40? That's a lot more than a few. I don't know.
We did, and I'm trying to remember, because we did increase. Remember, last year, we're still in the same phase of a huge budget deficit. And so by increasing the student to teacher ratio, you are now using less staff. And so we budgeted at a 35-1 for the high school, Ms. Westbrooks. So our budget is based on that 35-1 student pupil ratio. To allow for that flexibility, they went back into the master schedule system and moved it to 40-1, so it would allow them to have that flex to move kids around. But we are budgeted at 35-1. And so, at Westfield, this year we're at 2,300. Where in the past, our numbers were a lot higher. Okay. And so just looking at the 35-1, they created the staffing allocations, and that's where, they identified that we were over 13 staff members. Is that the number? But we are budgeted for 35-1 is our funding for high school, 33-1 for middle school.
That's correct. But also with Westville High School, the 13 was not all related to April. Some of it was related to the decrease in the number of students that were projected to be enrolled. And so Westville it was a nuance because Westville took a large decrease in their enrollment from 22-23 to 23-24. So projecting 24-25 was difficult because we were trying to figure out how much of that decrease we saw from 22-23 to 23-24 were we going to see again. And we had a lot of back and forth to get to an agreed upon enrollment number. But some of that was related to the decrease in enrollment, not solely based upon the change in the model because of the ABL study. I just wanted to make sure to point that out when we're talking about the 13. The 13 loss of staff was not all related to ABL.
And when
Are
you
we
men-
seeing an impact to athletics as well?
Well, athletics creates its own dynamics. The problems we have in athletics, we have to look at facilities, use of facilities. When can you have those athletic periods? As an example, in the fall, we have cross-country football and volleyball. Well, you can't have off-season basketball in the gym during that period because you got volleyball, because that's the priority sport. So then you have to look at when can you assign those coaches to those athletic periods. Then you also have to go back and look, as you mentioned earlier, what do they teach? And so that also creates a different dynamic for us because with football during the fall, we have to have coaches available. And it's always best if we have those coaches available, especially at the high schools at the end of the day. Because coaches who have CDLs can help us drive, that takes heat off transportation. But if we can't do that because that coach has to teach a class during that period, that's a totally different dynamic, which creates a different situation for us. So that's really our impact in athletics, which is, it's a challenge on both ends.
So I see the trustee Adams and Jensen have questions.
Actually, I don't have a question.
Dr. Jensen?
I won't go into my old stories at my old high school, but we did one time have a coach who was teaching 2 students in a health class because he had to have a class. So I'm no stranger to being overloaded in my classes and then seeing this. And I will tell you that's very detrimental to morale. I'm telling you. And I just worked out on my calculator that these choir teachers have an average of 7 students per period.
Yes.
And I think that's not sustainable. It just isn't. I'm not against choir, and I'm sure not against PVA, and but somehow this is not sustainable in a public school.
Dr. Jensen, if I could address that too, and I do want to assure you, 4 years ago, the program was just around 200 kids, 200 students. And so the choir directors don't want just 7 students per period either. They want the thriving program that they wanted before too. So 200 to 320. There are guidelines, and Dr. Cuellar mentioned guardrails, which I think is brilliant. And there are things and industry standard and statewide and nationwide numbers that we can use as a metric, whereas the average 6A high school program averages about 12 to 15% of the student population. Those are guardrails that we can use to build with us in athletics and build that together in the schedule. Along with facilities, along with the end of the day. So it is knowing, it's not their desire. In fact, the choir directors are at regional auditions tonight. There's a lot of them working late nights and doing, trying for our kids too. They want the best for the kids too, and they want every student possible in their choir programs.
I'm not saying get rid of them. I'm just saying, can they teach something else? Can they help alleviate some of these other subject areas?
So one of the conversations that I've had with the choir teachers is looking at maybe some other electives that they can offer as they're trying to build their program, because that would help with the overall choir program. So we're looking at other options so that we can try and alleviate some of those numbers. But I also know that if we continue to grow our enrollment at Westfield, which is what we're trying to do, we will continue to get additional teaching units, and hopefully that will give us some additional flexibility, and we won't have those packed classes.
Because you said you're over by 100, but our staffing guidelines, you get additional staff when you're over, correct?
But the thing is finding qualified teachers for those positions. We've been interviewing, we did get, I believe it was 2 additional positions, and so we have been interviewing, but it's getting them to make it through the process, it's been difficult.
Trustee Adams?
I just wanted to remind everybody that the work that's being done is heroic, considering the budget pinch that we've been forced into by the legislature. Like a lot of this conversation wouldn't even be happening if we got our basic allotment increase to stay in line with inflation and the fact that everything costs more. And so we're scraping pennies out the couch to try to make this work, and it's forcing us into difficult decisions, difficult conversations, and impacting students, impacting their choices, impacting ultimately their achievement. So I just wanted to remind us that we're having this conversation and we're working our way through it, but we should not be kicking ourselves because we're really, like I said, doing, I think, heroic work right at this moment.
And I don't want to come across anti-coach either, because we loved our coaches in our science department. We prepared their lesson plans, their labs, so that they could concentrate on their coaching and have a wonderful science class.
I just think, I don't know, we're all in this together, and Trustee Adams makes a very valid point that we need to remind ourselves, and I think Ms. Westbrooks tried to tactfully do that a few minutes ago, that the state has kind of put us in a tough position. But I want to make sure that this body hasn't made decisions with unintentional consequences that are impacting kids that we can't have a conversation and fix. If it is what it is and we just don't have the dollars or there's no way to fix it, that's the answer. But if there's decisions that we can make or change some of the decisions that we made, we want to know what that is. We don't want to be making decisions that's making your jobs harder, right? So I think that's really what the intent of the conversation was tonight. What's really happening from the decisions we made? Is there anything we can do to alleviate, the impact to kids?
We also
that's
want
the
to
question.
be responsive to people who demonstrate the courage to come and address a concern they have. I don't want people staying at home and grumbling and then just leaving for the next district. I want people to come, say their piece, and if we can solve the problem, we will, but I think it deserved a hearing where we talked about the issue.
So I think we heard putting in some guardrails, bringing you guys in earlier. We heard some solutions tonight, so that's good, right? Come on.
Yeah, and there's just one more, just as we go back to ABL, the optimization is very important. And so we did the reductions, but working the other part of what they provide with the optimizing the master schedule. And so that investment would help alleviate these pain points, because we did the cutting, but we didn't take their other service, which was to help us optimize with those cuts.
And that's something we could do at this time. Can we look into those recommendations we've had tonight around guardrails, looking at revisiting ABL and the pieces we didn't do, bringing in collaboration sooner in those master schedules? And then what we as a board, what can we do different?
We certainly will continue to do that. I want to just go back to Mr. Adams, what you said, and I know, here in the audience, we still have Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Hunter here. One of the pieces that as a district, as a body, we have to look at our students and their needs. And as Ms. Walker said, we have to make very tough decisions. At the end of the day, in the 2 years that I've been superintendent, we've had to cut $22 million from our budget. And we still have a $13 million deficit, right, that we need to address. And so how do we do that with keeping students top of mind and giving them those choices? And I have to say to our high school principals specifically, yes, it's been a challenge. And, you know, if you go back and you look at that master schedule board, I've only had to do that once, and it was horrendous with a much smaller high school, right? So they're doing amazing work while pushing the district's vision and our goals. We have increased the number of dual credit courses. We've increased the number of AP courses, while at the same time juggling and keeping our PBA programs and our athletic programs going. And so sometimes we have to have the tough discussions about what you need to graduate and where we need to emphasize. And for, you know, the time that I've been here at Spring, you know, our goal has been the academics and increasing dual credit courses and increasing AP exams and courses. And for the first time, we're seeing an increase in our EOC results at high school. And this is, yes, I see Ms. Walker clapping, and this is in spite of these challenges. And so, you know, I know Dr. Parasol oversees the master schedules process. Athletics, PBA, CTE, special ed, EB are all part of that discussion early on. We're going to make sure if we didn't bring them early enough that we're going to continue to do that, because we know that those are drivers for our students. But I also want to, you know, applaud what they are doing. And it is extremely difficult with a budget deficit. However, we do have to look at individual situations like we see here, and maybe we could have done better if the teachers could have come directly to the principal first and said, you know, here's a concern. So, Mr. Adams, you're right. We have a lot of work to do at the state level, because if we had the funding, we wouldn't be here. And we will continue to work and, you know, if we can find more money. I know that was part of the reason we did not continue with ABL, because of the cost. But we're feeling the pain points now, so it may be that we reduce something else, or we don't do this, so that we can bring ABL back, that they can walk with us and help us in this process. And not do something else. You know, it's the way we do it at home, right? You can't have both. You know, you tell your children you can't only do this if you want that, right? So we will work through that process, and I know next week we have our budget discussion, so we'll be able to work through it. But I don't want to not recognize that, Mr. Adams, and then thank, you know, the principals for the work that they're doing and keeping the district's vision top of mind with our students.
We truly do appreciate our principals
Yes.
and everybody in their hard work. I also want to keep in mind that our PBA and our athletic students outscore our other students. They are higher performers and they're more engaged. A lot of extracurricular activities is what keeps kids coming, that keeps our attendance up. So we don't want to do things that are damaging the things where we see academic growth and participation and attendance growth from our students. And so I think that's why I just really wanted to come back to the conversation and say, I don't know, and I don't want to speak for 7 people, but I don't want to make a decision and say, well, that's the decision, we're going to live with it all year, if we can do something about it, right? And that's what I'm asking. if you guys can get together and let us know what can we do, to resolve it. So I'm asking my colleagues if there any more feedback. All right. So I don't even know where I am on the agenda after that. Thank you so much. Now I need to look at the agenda because my script was up. It's not. Okay, thank you, everybody. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of District Operations, Mark Miranda.
Thank you, President Durant. Superintendent, members of the board, we're on page 108 in your package. This is a GMP, this is for the new Spring High School site, but this GMP covers clearing of the site. So this is really just to clear the site so that we can begin when we're ready in the early part of the spring to be able to do groundbreaking and what have you for Spring High School. And so part of the property that we purchased there has an existing home that needs to be demoed. We have clearing and grubbing, which is basically removing underbrush, unwanted trees and plants and things that are going to be in the way, excavating some of the ditches and preparing the site for future work. Also doing some perimeter fencing to fence off and indicate our property lines, those types of things. And so this is a GMP for that work.
And this costs almost $3 million.
It's a very big site, and there's a lot of work that this will be doing. Yeah.
And I thought
And this
that
is
means-
actually, we actually got this package below what we
I
anticipated.
noticed.
Yeah,
So, thank you.
yes.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Innovation and Success Services now, Dr. Matthew Parasol.
Thank you, President Durant. This item can be found on page 112 of your packets. It is our monthly report of grants awarded to Spring exceeding $10,000. We're excited to share that this month's focuses on student outcomes and improving our instructional practices, teacher effectiveness, as well as developing our leadership pipeline. And so you'll see on that chart that this is actually a cross-division grant where innovation and student success, academics and school leadership, human resources, financial services, all will be working together to support math outcomes in our district. It is a grant from Good Reason Houston that is sponsored from the Gates Foundation. We are the only district in the Houston area to receive this grant. We were selected. Other notable recipients are Fort Worth and El Paso ISD. And so it's for $700,000, that some of which comes directly to us and others that are to providers.
That is Bill Gates, right?
I believe the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Great job. Thank you so much. Any questions?
I would just like to point out that the last bill for clearing the property was on a bond that you can only use to build. And the $3 million came from our bond money, that it was designated for that.
Correct.
Whereas this is absolute, I guess they call lagniappe in Louisiana, that you found a $700,000 grant for something that we really need for core instruction. Kudos.
I know, that's fantastic. This is for math. Thank you. Great work. For our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief Financial Officer, Ann Westbrook.
President Durant,
Did I skip
I did have one more item.
Yes, there's one more.
Okay.
It is found
I'm
on page
struggling with my,
131,
schedule
and
today.
this is a annual renewal. So this has actually been happening for over a decade and a half. It is to support our students in CTE and 4-H, and actually we have with us our Director of CTE, Cynthia Williams. If you could just stand for me, we want to make sure you're recognized tonight. She continues to seek out these partnerships where giving opportunities to our students. This is just another great example of being able to have a lot of support from the AgriLife Extension from A&M and being able to support our students. They get to show their animals and attend shows, and it's considered extracurricular activity, so they get school excused absences for that.
And we just talked about our financial struggles, so you guys keep the grants coming. Thank you. And with that, we're now ready to move on to our CFO, Ann Westbrook.
Thank you, President Durant, Dr. Hinojosa, and members of the board. Our first item begins on page 141 this evening, and it is consideration for the vote for the Board of Directors position for the Harris Central Appraisal District. And just as a reminder, the Harris Central Appraisal District places a value on all of the properties that are within Spring ISD's boundaries, and that property value is what we use to assess the taxes that we levy for our homeowners and our business owners within Spring ISD. And so Spring ISD has a total of 85 votes, and they are able to be distributed amongst the ballot members that are here listed as candidates for the Harris Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. And I'm going to turn it back over to you, Madam President,
Thank
for this
you.
discussion.
Thank you very much. I believe that our board members have received this actually multiple times in your emails. And we probably need to make a decision on how we want to distribute our 85 votes. So I have any recommendations from the board?
I would like to do a little more research. I did cursory research on each of these people, and some of them seem much more qualified than others. Is this something you want to discuss? And I just feel like if we're going to be voting, we need to know who we're voting for.
That's correct. I've actually done some research, and I kind of already know what I want to do with my votes. I think Trustee Adams is prepared. Have you looked? And so has Trustee McDaniels. We received this quite some time ago. Actually, it should have been on the November agenda. But there's a deadline for these votes of December 16th. So, right. But we want to hear your feedback, absolutely.
You haven't had a chance to do any research?
I did cursory research.
Okay.
I did web searches. And I have impressions, but I just was hoping that we could
That's
discuss
about
who
what
we're voting for.
That's about what I did. I know two of the people, but I did cursory research on all the folks. So I know Martina Lamont Dixon. I know Paul Shanklin. And of the other ones that I looked at, Melissa Noriega appealed. And so the other thing that we have to do is sort of apportion votes or select one to give all 85 votes. So that's, to me, that was the discussion I had. I'd been inclined to apportion votes to those three. I'm not stuck on any particular proportion or even stuck on any of them.
So you're saying that between those three, I was going to recommend we use Martina Dixon and Paul Shanklin and split the votes in half between the two of them.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was saying I agree with that.
You agree with that?
I'm not comfortable with that. Can we do this when we have everybody here? Okay.
Sure, as long as we have to the 16th.
Until the 16th, yeah, we can.
So we will table this item to Tuesday's board meeting. All right.
Okay.
You can continue, Ms. Westbrook.
Thank you. Our next item begins on page 149, and this is our monthly financial report that includes the summary of our general fund budget to actual. So we have 3 pages. it starts on page 149 with our revenues, and you can see the estimated revenues is the budget column. We have our year-to-date revenues, which tells us what we've collected through October 31st of 2024, and then what percent of the budget's been received, and of course, what percentage left to be received. Similar formatting on page 2, which is the expenditures broken down by function and then by major object. Appropriations is of course the budget, and then year-to-date expenditures is what we've spent through October 31st of 2024. And then the third page is the 4 months of activity compared of October 2024 fiscal year to this fiscal year, which is 2025 through October 31st. So this is a report that is provided to the board each and every month as a part of the board update. It's brought to the board in this format 3 times a year, just so we can talk through the formatting of the report and if there's any questions about what's happening. What we see is, of course, the effect of ESSER has gone away. So if you're looking at payroll expenditures and you say we've done all these budget reductions, how on earth is it that our expenditures are higher than they were the year before? That's because we were supplanting salaries over in ESSER, and now those are back actually occurring within general fund. There's some other effects that you'll see, for example, with our contracted services. I'm on page 151 looking at the expenditure analysis. There's nothing remarkable with the revenue analysis, but with the expenditures, I want to just point those out. So first, what I mentioned was with payroll costs, the fact that ESSER is gone and those expenditures that were being paid out of ESSER are now in the general fund. It's continued to be budgeted in general fund, but the expenditures were hitting ESSER prior to this year. Under contracted services, the large portion of that variance is because we had Kelly Services for the first half of last year. And Kelly Services was a contracted service, whereas now the cost of our subs is being paid out of payroll because they're now back in-house. And then with our other operating costs, there's $1 million variance there that looks as though 24-25 is running $1 million below 23-24, but about 800,000 of that is related to a credit that we have with our new vendor, Blue Cross Blue Shield. That's a credit for administrative costs that was a part of our contract. So we received it all at once, and then as we have bills against it, that credit will be used up. So those are the 2 or 3 largest variances that we have when we compare operations through October 31st, 2024 compared to the same time of 2023. So this is the report when there's the question about budget to actual, how are we tracking budget to actual? This is that report, and it's provided on a monthly basis. What I would love some feedback on, not necessarily tonight, but whenever, as you're reviewing these reports, if there's a format in which it would be better to present it to you so that you do feel as though you have a better understanding of the budget versus the actual, then please share that feedback with us so we can present this in a manner that's more meaningful to you. As you can see with revenues are cyclical because we send our tax bill out typically in October, and we started bringing in revenue. This year, tax bills were delayed until November 15th because of the VADR. Last year, they were delayed until November because of Senate Bill 2 was on the ballot. So normally, we would see tax revenue coming in starting in October. We get our state aid payments based on the schedule that kind of circles around the tax revenue. So we get state aid, but then when tax revenue revs up, we don't receive state aid between November and March. So with revenues, it'll always look like, oh, we're upside down, but we're not upside down. It's just revenues come in at different cycles throughout the year, whereas expenditures are very even because we're paying 85% of our budget as payroll, and we're paying it on the 10th and 25th of every month. So I just want to make sure that you understand what we're presenting, and then, as always, ask questions and give us feedback so we can make it a more informing report for you all as you're doing your analysis.
Thank you for explaining the late taxes, because when I saw percent left to be received 100%, it gave me a pause.
Yes, and as you can see, and it has been the case for a very long time, with delinquent taxes, we're refunding more than we're bringing in, which is why you see the negative. So not only have we not started bringing in current taxes, but we're still paying back delinquent taxes from previous years. So it's a little different, it's a little nuanced, but I just want to make sure you understand what you're looking at. Okay, if there aren't any questions, I'll move us to the popular annual financial report. And so this is a report that I won't actually present to you because the numbers were presented in that very lengthy presentation that we did last month in November. This is just the easier to understand version that we put out to our community members that has more graphs, and it is spoken in a much more conversational language as opposed to the annual comprehensive financial report that is driven by GAAP and GASB that tells us how to write it, what we need to include in all of that. So it is, I jokingly say that it is the popular report because everyone tends to like it much better. So there's nothing to approve, it's just an FYI. We do send this out to our community. We push it out on social media. We post it on the web. And in the past, we've done some targeted mailers of this report as well. And we always get really good feedback. And the last item that I have is on page 169. And it is a request for proposal for fire sprinkler inspections, parts, and services. And so we do our two-part evaluation of the respondents, and then we do a recommendation for one company to provide the inspections for the fire system, and then the other is for the providing of services for parts and servicing of our sprinkler system. So our recommended vendors are on page 170, and the detailed information with the scorecards is on page 171.
Is this paid for by the bond or is it an M&O?
It's an M&O cost. Yes, ma'am. It's our annual maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. Our next item includes the monthly reoccurring items. As previously discussed, these items were provided to you in advance for review, and at this time, we can discuss any items that you may have questions about. Hearing none, the Board of Trustees will now recess this open session and convene in a closed meeting in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.076. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of the discussion in the closed meeting will take place after the board reconvenes in the open session. The time is now 9:45 p.m. We will now reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Spring Independent School District, and the time is now 10:25 p.m. Are there any motions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam President, I move we adjourn tonight's meeting.
Second.
Moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee McDaniel to adjourn tonight's meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion carries unanimously. We adjourn tonight's meeting at 10:26 p.m.